embraced by many companies, including the Washington Post, TikTok, Twitch, and even popular figures like Mr. Beast, Next.js shows no signs of slowing down. With more and more stable features every now and then, Next.js continues to grow. Top companies' steady adoption of Next.js affirms its position as the future of web development. There is no better time than now to become proficient in Next.js, and this course is specifically designed to help you achieve that goal before anyone else. Throughout the course, we will build and deploy a full-stack Dribble clone using the most up-to-date and advanced Next.js features. Powered by Grafbase, with a modern design that closely resembles the real-world Dribble website, providing a familiar and visually appealing interface. Browse different kinds of projects people share, filter them via category, and handle the data display via smooth pagination. Fully functional authentication and authorization system using both JWT and Google Auth Provider. Share your best projects with the community through a dedicated Create Post page. Look at the details of a project with a related projects functionality to explore more projects. Edit the previously created projects, including the ability to re-upload images from your device to the cloud. Delete projects with a simple one-click process. A portfolio-like profile page where you can see your projects as well as the project profiles of other users. And all that is 100% mobile responsive. And let me tell you, I haven't been this excited about a project in a long time. This course is perfect for fully understanding how modern Next.13 apps truly work behind the scenes. All this by leveraging Next.js's complete server-side rendering features with the most recent best practices. After you develop this app, I'll even teach you how to deploy to the internet so you can share it with your friends, potential employers, and put it on your portfolio. Now, you might be wondering, what are the prerequisites for building such a great application? Well, you need to know the basics of modern web development using React. If you haven't already, first, watch our latest Next.js crash course by clicking the card on your screen or the link in the description, and then come back to build this comprehensive Next.js 13 application by watching this video. Last time, we revealed we were working on the ultimate Next.13 ebook that covers everything you need to know to become a professional Next.js developer. The ebook covers the complete Next.js roadmap, essential Next.js concepts, new Next.13 features, extensive guidance on building scalable Next.js 13 projects from scratch, and project ideas you can build and deploy to put on your portfolio and get a job. This ebook is the most comprehensive resource we'll ever create, so we're still finalizing it to make it perfect. Thankfully, as the last time, the first 1,000 people that click the link in the description will get it for free. So sign up right now via the link in the description to find out if you're in the first 1,000. Don't miss out. You're gonna get the first few chapters really soon, and then, once it is fully done, the complete ebook. In this course, you'll gain knowledge on various topics, including establishing application routes, utilizing server-side rendering, implementing filtering functionality, complete pagination capabilities, handling image uploads, understanding and writing proper TypeScript without using a single anytype. And all of this is made possible by Grafbase. Grafbase is a serverless GraphQL platform that enables you to ship high-performance applications faster than ever. It includes a serverless GraphQL API, which is the easiest way to build and deploy APIs by creating schemas. In this course, I'm going to show you how to create two different schemas, one for a project and one for a user, how to create relations between them, and how to perform CRUD operations on them. Another one of Graph-based features are connectors that stitch GraphQL or OpenAPI APIs into a unified data layer. They also offer edge resolvers and edge caching to customize your GraphQL API with edge functions. Then you can also utilize their serverless database and full text search built in. There's also a CLI for local development with zero configuration, and a Git-based workflow that allows you to preview environments for every Git branch. And finally, there's Auth, so you can integrate your provider using OpenID Connect or JWTs. These are only some of the features that will enable you to build complex applications incredibly easily, and today you'll get first-hand experience on how to implement them on a real application. If this video reaches 20,000 likes, I'm recording more Next.js 13 videos. With that said, let's dive right into the course. And as we always do, to get started, we're going to create a new empty folder on our desktop. And in this case, let's call it Next.js 13_flexible, or feel free to call it however you want to, and then drag and drop it into your empty Visual Studio Code. Once you're in, go to View, and then Terminal to open the integrated Visual Studio Code terminal. There, we first want to set up a new Next.js 13 project by running npx create-next-app add latest, and then run // to create it in the current repository. This is going to ask you if you want to install the following package, so press Y and then enter. And now we have this little questionnaire asking us what environment we want to create for producing our application. So first, it's asking us whether we want to use TypeScript, and we're going to say yes. Then, do we want to use ESLint? In this case, we're going to say no. Would we like to use Tailwind? Well, of course. Do we need an SRC directory? Not in this case. And we absolutely need the app router, and we don't need to customize our default import alias. And this is it. It's installing the default dependencies and spinning up our Next.js 13 application. On top of the default packages, we're going to also install a couple of other ones that are going to help us develop our application. So we can say npm install and then start noting them one by one. The first one on the list is going to be add headless UI-/React. We're going to use it to create a combo box and drop down elements. Then we're going to use Cloudinary for the image upload. Then we're going to use JSON Web Token and add types /JSON Web Token. We're going to use this for authentication, of course. Then we're going to use a package called GraphQL-request to make GraphQL actions. And for auth, we're going to also use Next.auth. With that said, press enter and wait a couple of moments until all of our dependencies are installed. Let's not forget one dev dependency. So let's say npm install add Grafbase /SDK --save-dev. This phenomenal SDK is going to significantly speed up our workflow with Grafbase. Great. Now we have everything we need. So let's check out which files and folders Next.js created for us. We have our icon, globals.css, layout.tsx, and the page. We also have the public folder and the node modules. I like to start from bare beginnings to give you a full explanation of the entire file and folder structure. So what we can do is completely delete the app folder. And the same thing goes for the public folder. Now we can recreate the app folder. And within it, we need one most important file, which is the page.tsx. This is going to be the starting point of our application. So inside of here, we can say const home is equal to, it's going to be a functional component that's for now simply going to return a div that contains an h1 that's going to say home. And of course, we need to do export default home at the bottom. This should be enough. Now, to see if this really is enough to spin up our application, let's go ahead and run npm run dev to start our development server. It is live on localhost 3000, so control-click it. And we indeed do see the homepage, which is great. Believe it or not, when you're finished with this video, this homepage is going to turn into this. A complete Dribbble.com clone, but with a twist. It's going to be for developers. So every single developer will be able to upload and share the projects they've developed. So with that said, I hope you're excited. Let's put our browsers side by side with our editor. Great. And now we can proceed with creating the file and folder structure that we'll be using throughout the rest of the video. Inside of our app folder, we're going to of course have all of our pages, but we're going to also have APIs. So inside of here, you can create an API folder inside of which later on, we're going to put our API routes. Next, in the app folder, we also need a globals.css file. This file is just going to contain some common Tailwind classes. So down in the description, in the GitHub gist, which we'll be using a couple of times throughout this video, you can copy and paste these utility classes that are going to help us develop this project. Keep in mind, this is not the entire code. These are just some classes that are going to make the development of our project simpler. And they're going to allow us to focus on what matters, which is learning the latest and greatest of what Next.js 13 is. After the globals, we're going to also need a public folder. So below that GitHub gist, you'll be able to find a zipped public folder. So simply download it, unzip it, and then paste it right here next to the app folder. Within this public folder, we're just going to have some icons. That is it. And one of these icons is going to be the favicon, so simply move it within the app directory. We need it here, so it is immediately reflected on our homepage. Next, we're going to have a components folder. Inside of here, we're going to, of course, put all of the components that we're going to use within our Next.js pages. Then we added the globals.css, but we also need to update our tailwind.config.js. So again, in that GitHub gist down below, you can copy it and paste it. Here we add some useful utility classes for colors, box shadows, and screen sizes. Now we're done when it comes to styles, but we're also using TypeScript. So we can create a new file called common.types.ts. And in that same GitHub gist, you can find the interfaces and types we'll be using throughout the project. Don't worry, since we have them typed out right here, because once we create each one of these objects in the code, we're going to revisit this file and explain how does TypeScript work for each one of these and how to create these TypeScript interfaces. Great. Enough of the setup. Let's begin with our homepage. Our homepage is going to be a section element that's going to have a class name equal to flex-start, flex-call, paddings, and MB16 for margin bottom. And then inside of there, we'll want to render some categories. So for now, let's simply type categories. As you can see, these are going to be the categories. And then below that, we're going to have the posts. So right here, we can say posts. Finally, below the posts, we're going to have some pagination if we have enough elements. So for now, here, we can say load more. And these are going to be three integral part of our homepage. For now, let's simply turn them into H1 tags. And then later on, we'll be able to turn them into special components that we're going to reuse across the page. So for now, just turning them into H1s, and they're going to fall one below another. Now, the reason why I did this is just to show you that this is it. This is the entire homepage, categories, posts, and more. Everything is going to be happening within this small window right here. We'll be doing some heavy server-side rendering. We'll be changing the categories and all that good stuff. But for now, let's focus on the layout. Let's focus on what's outside of this section. That's going to be the navbar and the footer. Footer is going to contain a lot of links, and of course the navbar is going to contain the authentication. So the way Next.js handled that is with a special layout.tsx file. Inside of here, we can immediately modify the metadata of our website. So let's call it flexible. And here you can give it a description. So I'm going to say something like showcase and discover remarkable developer projects. Now, I hope I won't confuse the developed side and this one. Well, I definitely won't at this point because they're looking completely different. But as we continue developing it, it's going to be much harder to differentiate the two. Great. So this is it when it comes to our layout. As you can see here, we have a root layout with the children inside of it. And the children essentially represents this page that we have right here. So, of course, above the page, we want to have the navbar. That's going to be still within the body, but above the children, we're going to have the navbar, which for now we can type like this. And below it, we're going to have the footer. And just to follow some good practices, we can wrap our children in a main section, kind of like a main part of the homepage. There we go. And we can indent it properly. Now you can immediately see how our layout is coming into place. Inside of this file, we're going to also import our globals.css because we have to import them somewhere to be able to use them. So that's going to be import./globals.css. And for now, this is just going to change the font. We can also start with creating the navbar and the footer components. So within the components folder, let's create a new file called navbar.jsx. Oops, it's not going to be JSX, it's going to be TSX because we're working with TypeScript. And we can also create a footer.tsx. For now, we can run a special shortcut called RAFCE inside of each one of these. This is going to create a quick React arrow function component with a default export. If this didn't work for you, go to extensions and search for ES7 Plus React Native Redux snippets. Install it, and then it should work. So now, within our layout, we can simply import the navbar component. It's going to be a self-closing one. And we can also import the footer component. That's going to be like this. Now, a cool trick is you can double-click it and press Control space or Command space to immediately import it by clicking on this link. And I'm going to repeat the process with this one. So now you can see that we have globals and we have the imports from these two components. If that auto import didn't work for you, no worries. You can just manually import it by typing import navbar from add/components/navbar. You can notice these paths that Next.js is automatically creating, so you don't have to do .. and then get to the path. You can do it immediately. Now, I'll be making use of this shortcut of Control or Command space and then automatic import throughout this video. So if it doesn't work for you, no worries, just import it manually from the components folder. Great. With that said, we now have our components, and let's start, of course, with the navbar. So moving into the navbar, this is going to be the first actual component we'll be creating. To start developing our navbar, we can turn this div into an HTML5 semantic nav tag. And then within it, we can have a div to provide some structure. The nav is going to have a class name equal to flexBetween, written like this, and a navbar class. And this navbar class is one of the predefined classes we created that you'll be able to find within the globals. This is going to do nothing more than just apply some paddings, borders, and colors. That is it. The div below is going to have the class name equal to flex1, flexStart, as well as gap-10. And then inside of there, we want to have a link tag. This link is going to come from next/link. So we can immediately import it at the top. And since we're in Next, we don't need to import React. This link needs to have an href, and this one is going to point to just / because it's going to be the home page. Now we can create a logo, and that's going to be a self-closing Next.js 13 image, which again, we can import from Next image. We can give it a source equal to /logo.svg. We can give it a width. I found the value of 115 pixels to work the best, with a height of about 43 pixels. And the alt tag can be flexible. If you save this, you should be able to see a nice logo appear on the top, and if you click it, it should redirect you to home. Below, this image, and below the link, we can create a UL, an unordered list, that's going to have a class name equal to, on extra large devices, we want it to show, and usually we want to hide it, so it's going to be hidden. The text is going to be small, and the gap is going to be 7. By the way, if you haven't noticed already, we're using Tailwind for all of the classes here. So if you're new to Tailwind, no worries. If you don't know what one of the classes I write does, simply go to tailwindcss.com and then just search it. It is as easy as that. So if I type gap, you'll immediately be able to see what the gap does. Sets the gap between elements. Now, one cool thing is that if you hover over this class name, it's going to tell you exactly what CSS property is being applied. And for this to work, you need to have the Tailwind extension installed. So simply install it, and then as I write classes, you'll be able to just hover over it and see exactly what this applies. For example, XL Flex applies this entire block of CSS. Within this UL, we want to map over some of the links. And we won't write them by hand, of course. You want to store all of these links in a folder called constants. So right here, in the root of our directory, we can create a new folder called constants. And within it, we can create a new index.ts file. In the GitHub just down below, you'll be able to find this file, which you can simply copy and paste right here. This is nothing more than just some links for the categories and for the navbar. That is it. So I wanted to save you some time from writing all of this by hand and just hand it over to you immediately so we can focus on what matters. So within this UL, we can open a new dynamic block of code and we can say nav links. And we can immediately import that from add/constants right here. We want to map over them. So we can say navlinks.map, where we get each individual link. And for each one, we want to have an immediate return, meaning just parentheses instead of curly braces. And for each nav link, we want to return a link. That link is going to have an href equal to link.href and a key equal to link.key right here. And within it, we can say link.text. So if we now save this, you should be able to see some new links appear right in our navbar. Right now, we cannot see it. It's possible because we're not on the extra large device. So if we zoom out a bit, or if we zoom in, and unfortunately, we cannot see it because I got an internal server error. So if I look into my terminal, it seems like it broke. I'm not sure why. It does happen from time to time. But if we stop our terminal and run it again by running npm run dev, we should be back on track really soon. As I told you in the intro of this video, Next.js is great, but it's full of quirks and features. Some features are great, like server-side rendering, but it has some quirks, like constantly breaking, not having enough documentation, and, well, you're gonna see it throughout this video. But I'm going to teach you how to overcome all of the obstacles to be able to get only the benefits. So right now we're back, and thankfully we can see our logo, but we cannot yet see our nav links. So if I go to nav links, they're properly imported. And maybe if I zoom out a bit, we'll be able to see it. Yep, because I put only half the screen for my browser. So if I go back to 100% and I show it, you'll be able to see all the links, but we don't necessarily need to show them on mobile devices. Great. With that said, we can now go below this UL and below this div, and we can create one new div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex center and a gap between the elements of 4. There, we can either display our user profile photo or a button to sign in. So later on, we'll get access to something known as a session. So we can say const session is going to be some kind of an object. So for now, we can open a dynamic block of code and say if session exists, that means that our user is logged in, which means that we can show a React fragment, inside of which we're going to have the photo, the user photo, as well as a link that's going to actually contain a button that's going to say share your work, right? If we're logged in, then we indeed can share our work. And this is going to be a link imported from next link. And it's going to have an href equal to / create project. So it's just going to navigate us to another page so we can share our work. Now, if we're not logged in, then we'll need to render something known as auth providers. So let's do that immediately. Let's create auth providers self-closing component. So let's go to our Explorer and create a new component called auth providers.tsx. We can run RAFCE inside of there, go back and immediately import it by pressing Control space and then have it right here from /. This is great. Now you can see user photo and share work, but if we switch this to null, you'll be able to see a link that's going to say auth providers, which is later on going to allow us to log in. This is great. Before we come back to implement the logic for this, let's go ahead and move back to our footer to have all of these good links that are going to allow us to learn a bit more about our application. So going to the footer component, we can turn this into an HTML5 semantic footer tag and give it a class name equal to flex start, as well as footer. If we save that, you can just see some gray banner right here, but let's create a div within it. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex -col, gap-12, and w-full for full width. Within that div, we're going to have another div, and this one is going to contain this portion, which is going to be the logo as well as the overview of what our application does. So we can give this div a class name equal to flex items-start and flex-col. There we can render a self-closing image tag, and we can of course import image coming from next image, and we can give it a source equal to /logo-purple.svg, a width of 115 pixels, a height of 38 pixels, and an alt tag of flexible. If we save this, we can see a different version of our logo. And below it, we can have a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to text-start, text-sm, font-normal, margin top of 5, and max-w-xs for max width. And there we can copy what we have here, which is a text that says, Flexible is the world's leading community for creatives to share, grow, and get hired. Great. Now we can continue with other parts of our footer. So immediately below this div, we're going to create another div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to flex-wrap, so it wraps on mobile devices, and gap-12. Within this, we're going to render a special component called footer column. And this is going to be just a utility component, or a helper component, if you will, that we can define right here at the top. So const footer column, just a simple React component with an immediate return. There, we can return a div that's going to have a class name equal to footer_column. We're going to have an h4, which is for now going to have a class name equal to font-semi-bold, and it's going to say title. Below it, we want to render a UL that's going to have a class name equal to flex-col, and gap-2, as well as font-normal. Within it, we'll be able to render some links. So now if I save this, I want to pass some data to this footer column. I want to pass it a title, and this title is going to come from constants as well. So we can start typing footer links, and immediately it's going to recommend to import it from /constants which we're going to happily accept. So now we can say footer links 0.title. And we also want to pass it a second prop, which is going to be links equal to footer links 0.links. And this is the first time that TypeScript started being angry. You can see it saying type title string link string is not assignable to type intrinsic type because property title does not exist on type intrinsic type. What does that mean? Why are we using TypeScript and why is it messing with us right now? Well, TypeScript is good. In the long run, it's going to help you. It's going to cause you some frustration, but it's your friend. So right here, we can just define what we need. We're accepting a title and some links. And we can say those things are going to be of a type column props. And then right here, we can define a type of column props and say that the title is going to be a string and links is going to be an array of strings, something like this. Not strings, rather just a string. And now you can notice that it's not complaining because we're passing exactly what we want. So for the title, we can utilize it and make it dynamic. So it's going to say for developers. And for the links, we can loop over by saying links.map. And then for each individual link, we want to return a link component like this that's going to have an href to just / and a key equal to link. Inside of there, we can also say link. Of course, we have to import link from next link, and we don't need an import for React. If you do that, we can see all the links. And if you're wondering where is this coming from, you can click the footer links, and you can see that this is just first out of many links that we have in these constants. The reason why we do this is because if you develop this site and you want to share it with a person that is not a developer, it's going to be easier for them to go through this, modify it, than to browse through the code. That's the first reason. The second one is you can easily switch this to a CMS, so you can update the values using a content management system. And the third reason is why have all of this text in your code files? Keep the code here and keep the other stuff where it should be. Great. Now, you might be still confused. Why did we create this footer column and extract it above? Well, let me tell you. Below that footer column, we're going to create a div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to flex-1, flex-call, and gap-4. Inside of there, we can essentially just duplicate the footer column 2 times, like so. And the only thing we have to do is change the first one to 1 and the second one to 2. And we're going to immediately get 2 different sets of links right here. You can see hire developers and brands. And we can just keep this going. I'm going to duplicate them one more time and move it below this div we just created. And I'm going to say 3. That's going to add another one. And finally, we can duplicate this entire div, paste it below this one, change it to 4 and 5. We're just creating some different structure with different amounts of links. And finally, we can duplicate the last one below that div, and it can be footer links 6. It might look a bit crowded on a smaller device, but thankfully we have a flex wrap turned on. But on larger devices and on real established web applications, they usually have a lot of links that they need to showcase. So this is looking pretty good to me right now. There's a lot of information that we are covering. Great. With that said, the last part we have to do is to add this flexible, all rights reserved copyright and the number of projects that the users have submitted. And that's going to fill in the rest of the page. So to do that, we can go below this div and below yet another div and create a div that's going to have a class name equal to flex between and footer underscore copyright. Inside of there, we can say a p tag, and we can say at 2023 flexible, all rights reserved. There we go. And finally, below that, we can have another p tag that's going to have a class name equal to text-gray. And within there, we can create a span that's going to be a class name equal to text-black and font-semi-bold. There, we can say something like 10,214, and then outside of the span, we can say projects submitted. Later on, we can make this dynamic, but for now, this is cool. And now we have the entire navbar and the footer. And believe it or not, we can close all of this good stuff, and we can immediately close the layout as well because we're done with it, and we can be back at step 1 where we started, which is on the home page, but now, of course, with all the other good stuff that's here. I hope you understand how cool this is because the layout does all the work. It doesn't clutter your homepage, and we know where we left off, but now with so much more than what we had before. So, with that said, let's proceed. But now we start with the real deal. We'll start creating the models, functionalities, and relations to create the full stack capabilities of our flexible application, to create all of these projects, enable project detail pages, and more. And we're going to do all of that using Grafbase. You can click the link in the description down below to visit Grafbase's new redesigned landing page. Damn, does this look good. The only thing you have to do here is click sign up on top right. You can sign up to Grafbase using GitHub and click create project. Here, it's going to ask you to deploy a template, one of many great ones, or to import your repository. In this case, we haven't yet created our own repository with a minimum Grafbase configuration setup. So let's do that right away. Within our Visual Studio Code, we're going to open up the terminal and then click this plus icon right here to open up a new one. Then we're going to utilize Grafbase new SDK. This is going to allow us to really quickly configure Grafbase using TypeScript or just a regular GraphQL schema. So we can immediately initialize a new project by running npx grafbase init --config -format TypeScript and press enter. This immediately created the project for us, and we can find our new schema at /grafbase grafbase.config.ts right here. So inside of here, we have some things imported for us, and we have a general structure for every single application of a post, a comment, and a user, just as examples. But here in the docs, we can read that G is a schema generator, and config is the final object to return. Then we're just creating all of these types, followed by the name and the fields, and then we can create models using the model method, and finally export the default config. It is as simple as that. The config is also going to allow us to connect the auth provider, but more on that later. For now, we can remove all of these demo models from here to start from an empty slate. We're just going to leave the config, which for now we can clean up a bit as well, and there we go. We're going to have two different models. We're going to have a model for a user, so const user is equal to g.model, and then we can create a user, and then we can pass an object of all of the properties that the user is going to contain. That's going to be g.string.length. So you can even specify some additional properties, such as a minimum length of 2 or a maximum length of 20. Whatever you want, it is as easy as that because you have these handy utility functions that allow you to create your models. Next, we can add an email. And this email is going to be g.string and then .unique. Don't forget to call these as functions. Then let's do an avatar URL, which is going to be a photo g.url. Let's add a description equal to g.string. And if you want to, you can also add a minimum length right here. Then let's add a GitHub URL because maybe later on we want to modify our profile to include our own GitHub URL. And we are going to make this optional because not every user has to have one. We're going to repeat the process with a LinkedIn URL with g.url and then .optional. And most importantly, we're going to have projects, and that's going to be a g.relation. But for now, we're going to leave that relation empty because we have to connect it to something. And that something is going to be const project is equal to g.model project. And then we can start giving it properties, such as title is g.string. And we can do something like .length of minimum of 3. Let's give it a description equal to g.string. And now that I think about it, we're going to also need an optional for the description of the user because not every user is going to have it. So I'm going to add an optional tag right here. It is so simple, and if you hover over it, you even have an explanation of what each property does. It is as simple as that. Then we can have an image for each project, which is going to be g.url. We can have a live site URL. We're creating a developer site, so you'll be able to share your project's live URLs. We're going to have a GitHub URL as well. That's going to be g.url. And we're going to have a category. So every project is going to belong to a category, which is going to be g.string. And then .search. This is going to allow us to search through the categories. And then we can also have a created by, which is going to be a g.relation to the user. We write that like this. This means that the post or the project is created by the user, but the user can have multiple projects. So we can say project, and then we can say .list because it's going to be a list of projects, and it's going to be optional because as soon as they create an account, they don't yet have a project. And with this, we have our two models. As you saw, no additional setup. We just created properties or models based off of which we'll be able to create all of these great projects. And right now, you cannot even see how powerful this is. But let me show you Grafbase Pathfinder. This allows you to see that immediately, as soon as you create these projects, you can immediately query them. So the queries are created for you as well as mutations. So you won't have to create all of these functions to delete, update, or create projects yourself. You just have to define the models and everything else is created for you. But more on that later. For now, it's good to know that we have our projects, we're exporting our schema, and this is looking good for now. Later on, we're going to also add auth. The reason why I wanted to have this here is because now we have a minimal directory that we can deploy to, that we can publish on GitHub, and then based off of which we can create a new Grafbase project. So let's do that right away. You can go to github.com/new and create a new project, and feel free to call it however you want to. I'm going to do Grafbase Flexible. Feel free to make it public or private and click Create Repository. Then you can open up the terminal and we can simply copy the commands needed to publish our repo, such as git init, git add dot, git commit -m first commit, git branch m main, git remote add origin, and then git push u origin master, or in this case, main. And in a couple of seconds, our new repo is up, which means that if we go back to Grafbase and search for Grafbase Flexible, or however you named it, it should be right here. There we go. And we can immediately import it. Now, it's saying that the schema is not recognized here because we didn't use a schema.graphql file. We used their TypeScript configuration. So this is automatically going to be present within your project, so nothing to worry about. And let's simply click deploy. In just a second, the project is created And you can see this connect button. So let's click connect. And we have the API endpoint and the API key, which we can use from within our project. So create a new .env file in the root of our directory. And there you can create a next_public _ Grafbase _API _URL and make that equal to the API endpoint. And below that, we can create a next_public _Grafbase _API _key. And that's of course going to be equal to our API key. Great. For now, we can close this and we are good to go. Later on, we're going to explore this path finder, which is going to allow us to introspect the schema and see everything we have. But immediately you can see that our project collection, project search, and all of these great queries and mutations have been created for us just by the fact that we created these two models within grafbase.config.ts. Isn't that great? Now that the main config has been set up, we can go back to our project, close everything, and go back to where we started, which is app and then page. Or rather, we have to go to our navigation bar because inside of there, we're going to start implementing our auth providers, which are here using Next Auth and connected to Grafbase. We of course need to first be able to log in to be able to create posts. So let's go in that order forward. Our auth providers are going to be a use client component, which means that they're not going to be rendered on a server. And that's because we'll have to import the use state as well as use effect hooks coming from React. Whenever you're using any kind of hooks, you cannot render it on the server because they leverage client-side functionalities. So we can also import something known as get providers, as well as sign in coming from nextauth/React, like so. Now inside of here, we have already defined our auth providers function. So why not also declare a state by saying use state snippet, and let's call it providers, set providers, and at the start, we can set it equal to null, just like so. And since we're working with TypeScript, we can also modify the type of our provider by using this notation right here. And then within it, we can say that's going to be of a type providers or null, because at the start, it is going to be set to null. And what are providers? Well, let's define that type right here at the top by saying type providers is equal to, and it's going to have an ID equal to a string. It's going to have a name equal to a string as well, a type equal to a string, a sign in URL equal to a string, a callback URL equal to a string, and then finally sign in URL params equal to a record of string and a string, or simply undefined. So now we're just constructing a provider, not a providers type right here. And the sign in URL params is also going to be optional. Now we can create the multiple providers, which is going to be equal to a record that's going to contain a string and a provider. And all of this is just coming from the way that NextAuth structures their providers. I'm sure that if you dive deeper into the docs, you'll be able to find this exact notation right here to specify the type of our providers. Now, we want to check right here within the code if we have access to any providers. So here we can say if there are providers, of course in lowercase. In that case, we want to return a div where we're going to take the object.values of each one of our providers, and then we're going to map through them. So do a dot map where we get each individual provider that's going to be of a type provider, and then we can return something. That something is going to be a button. And this button for now can be just a regular button that's going to say provider.id. So later on, we'll be able to see what it is. And since we're mapping over it, we can also get an index right here and then set that as a key to a button right here. If we now save this, we won't be able to see anything because now our navbar thinks we're logged in. So if we go all the way up and switch this session to null, which means that we are not necessarily logged in at the moment, then you should be able to see a button that's going to say sign in. There we go. We cannot see anything yet, but that's because we haven't yet populated our providers. So for each one of our sign-in options, we should be able to see one provider. So how do we fetch them and what are those providers? Well, to fetch them, we're going to use a use effect hook. So we're going to define it to make a call just at the start once we load our component, like so, by setting the dependency array to be empty. Then we can create a function, const fetch providers is equal to an async function where we say const res for response is equal to await get providers. And as you can see, this is coming directly from Next.auth. And then what we want to do is we simply want to set it to the state by saying set providers is response. And then we of course want to call this fetch providers function right here. Now, if we save this, what we can also do is console log the response to see if we're getting something back. So console.log, we're going to do a res right here, and we're going to open up the console. Since we're on the client side, we're going to get this console log in the client side. Usually on the server side, you'll see it right here within your code. So for now, let's just reload the page and hope something's going to get back to us. And we get a Next.auth client fetch error, unexpected token. Yeah, it's not really giving us a lot of information, just that we don't have a valid client. So there are still some things we have to set up for our Next.auth to work properly. If you visit next-auth.js.org and click Get Started, you're going to see that you can install Next.auth, which we already have done. And then you need to create a special function or a special API endpoint within pages, API, auth, and then this special URL .js. So let's do exactly that. We're going to go to our API and create a new folder inside of there called auth. Within auth, we're going to create another folder with square brackets, .next.auth. And then within that folder, we're going to create a new route.ts file. So that should look like this: app, API, auth, next.auth, and then route.ts. And within there, we can do something like this. We can say import next.auth from next-auth. Then we can import some options. But for those options, we're going to create a special folder within our file tree that's going to be called lib, as in library. There we can keep some stuff like, for example, session.ts. In this session, we're going to keep all the data about the currently logged in user. So inside of here, we can import the get server session coming from next-auth/next. Then we can also import the next.auth options, as well as a user coming from next-auth. We also have some adapters, so we can import a adapter user coming from next-auth/adapters. And hopefully all of this will make sense really soon. And finally, we have import Google provider. So now we're coming back to those providers, coming from next-auth/providers/Google. Not Google, it's going to be Google. And then we can also import the JSON Web Token package coming from JSON Web Token, as well as import JWT from next-auth/JWT. So we have a lot of imports, and I can notice that they don't fall into one line, so I can even expand this a bit further so we can make it a bit clearer to see. There we go. So as you can see, we have all of these packages within our session.ts, and now within this file, we can export const something known as auth options, which is going to be of a type next auth options and equal to an object. This object is going to have a providers array. And inside of here, we can define all of our providers. In this case, we'll be using our Google as the one and only provider. So inside of here, we'll have to pass in our client ID, which for now we can leave as an empty string. And we'll also have to pass in our client secret. Later on, we're going to get those values from Google. Next, we can go below providers and we can create a JWT, which is going to be an object. Here, we're going to deal with the encoding, so encode, which is going to be a function, as well as a decode process of our JWT or a JSON Web Token. And you're going to immediately see that TypeScript is going to tell you that we need to return something. So this is going to use to override the method to control the Next.js issued JWT encoding. And this is going to be useful to connect the next auth to Grafbase. The decode function is going to be an asynchronous function, and both of these functions are going to have the secret and the token being destructured within their parameters. And you can immediately see this because TypeScript is really smart, so it knows what is it accepting. It's also expecting us to return something, but more on that later. For now, we're just creating the main structure. Our authentication can also have a theme, so we can set up a theme of a color scheme equal to light, as well as a logo, which is going to be set to /logo.png. And then we come to the most important part of our entire configuration or auth options, which is the callbacks. So right here, we can say callbacks, and there we have a couple of important things. We have the async session function, inside of which we can destructure the session, and that's a function that's going to get triggered every time a user visits the page. And there we can just start a new session for the user. Then we're going to have another special function, async sign in. This one is going to be used whenever the user signs in. We'll be able to get their information right here within the user object. That's going to look like this. And of course, all of these now are going to give us a lot of TypeScript errors, but soon enough, we're going to fill in all the data to make it work. For now, we have the basic structure and we're exporting our auth options. So we can go back to our route.ts, and inside of here, we can import auth options coming from add/lib/session. There, we can say const handler is equal to next auth, and then pass in those auth options. And finally, Next.js is automatically going to allow us to export handler as get and handler as post. This is going to allow us to make get and post requests using next auth. Great. So the route is done, but now we have to go back to the session and finalize all of its functionalities, connect it to Grafbase and connect it to our user models, so that once we actually sign in using this authentication process, the user is going to be created in Grafbase database. That's why it's taking a bit longer. We're not just doing a single sign-in, we're going to also create a user later on and keep track of their JSON Web Token. What we can do now is get the client ID and the client secret for our Google provider. And we can get to them by going to console.cloud.google.com. There, you can choose one of your active projects, or you can create a new project. Let's go to new project. And it looks like I've hit a project limit, so I'm going to use one of the projects I already have, but for you, you can create a new project. Once the project gets created, you can open up the navigation menu, go to APIs and Services, and then OAuth consent screen. Here, you'll have to just go through the application. Here, you'll just have to select the app name, the email, authorize domains, that's about it, and click Save and Continue for all screens. The type of the application can be external, and then you can go to Credentials and click Create Credentials, and then choose OAuth Client ID. The application type is going to be a web application. You can enter the application name, and then we'll have to add URIs. This is going to be HTTP localhost 3000. And then for the authorized redirect URIs, you'll have to add the http localhost 3000 /API /auth /callback /Google. Don't worry, I didn't just think of this. This can be found within Next.auth documentation. For the Google callback, you have to do it exactly like this for it to work. So let me zoom this in for you so you can see it better. Localhost 3000 here, and then /API /auth /callback /Google, and click create. This is going to give you a client ID, which you can copy, and then we can move them to our envs. So if you scroll a bit down, you can create a new Google client ID, which is going to be equal to this, and then also the Google client secret, which is going to be equal to the client secret, of course. And you can paste it right here. Great. We got everything we needed from Google Cloud. Now, going back in here in our session, we can actually utilize those environment variables. So we can say client ID is equal to process.env.google client ID, or an empty string. Or I think you can also do an exclamation mark. That way it's going to know that it could be undefined as well. And then we can do the same thing for process.env.google client secret, like so. And we're done when it comes to Google. Now, for now, I think we can even comment out this JWT because we just want to see it work. And we can kind of just add a bit of code to our session and to our sign in because these are the most important ones. So our session will have to return the modified session. So for now, inside of there, we can simply say return session. And I think this already should get rid of the TypeScript error. Of course, we're going to modify that session much more later on. And then for the sign-in to work, we can specify what is it accepting, of which type is this user, by creating a colon here and then specifying the type of user is a type of adapter user or user. So again, we're making a differentiation between just the Google user and the user that we're going to have in our database. And then within here, we're going to have a try and catch block where we're going to try to get the user from our database if the user exists, right? Get the user if they exist. If they don't exist, we're going to create them. And finally, we're going to return true or return the user. They exist, right? We're logged in. If something goes wrong, we're going to get the error, which for now we can leave with type of any, and we can simply console.log error, checking if user exists, or just error. And of course, we can return false because in this case, something went wrong. And we can really return true here because then TypeScript is no longer going to complain. So this is the bare bones functionality of setting up the Next.auth. But of course, it's this connection where we're going to actually get the user from the DB or create them in the DB what matters. Because this allows you then to attach the projects to those users. I hope that makes sense. For now, if we reload the page, you cannot see anything yet. So let's go back to auth providers. And here we're showing the button and there we go. It just appeared. The provider is Google. So that's the provider ID and we can actually see it. So already this is a step in the right direction. So for this button to work, we also have to add a handle click function to this button. So a handle click is going to just call the sign in function, which is coming directly from Next.auth. And this is simply a client-side method to initiate a sign-in flow or send the user to the sign-in page. So inside of here, we simply need to pass in the provider !.id because we have to sign in with that specified provider. Now, if we save this and reload the page and try to click Google, nothing's going to happen. Let's open up the inspect element and the console tab and click Google one more time. And as you can see, nothing really happens. We do have a warning right here saying that type children is not assignable to type detailed HTML props. Handle click does not exist on the button. Of course, I made a mistake here. It's going to be an on click. Later on, once we pass it to a custom button component, we're going to call it handle click. So immediately you can see Google. We have all the information to sign in. It has our callback URL and our sign in URL. So let's test it out. I'm going to click Google and it's going to show me the accounts I can log in with. So let's select JavaScript Mastery. And just like that, we're signed in, but we cannot really see that anything happened. We can just see Google here. That's not the right approach, right? So for now, just to be able to verify whether we're logged in, we're using this dummy variable of session. But now we can actually try to utilize the session and see if it's going to give us real data. True for logged in, false for not logged in. So to do that, we have to go back to our session for a second and create a utility function. It's going to be called export async function get current user, just like so. And the only thing this is going to do is it's going to say const session is equal to await get server session, like so. And we're going to pass in our auth options. We can also specify a type as session interface. This is something we have to specify to know the type of our session, because later on it's going to matter what are we actually having in there. So for this to work, we have to create that interface, or rather we have to import it from add/common.types. It's coming right from here. And if you want to see what that is, essentially it's going to extend the session and then add these additional properties from Google, such as ID, name, email, and the avatar URL, which is our profile photo. Great. So now if we scroll down, we know how the session looks like, and we can simply return the session. Now, once we have this function, we can go back to the navbar. And I think you already know what to do. We can just say const session is equal to await get current user. And we're going to import this from the add/lib/session. And for this to work, we have to make this navbar function async. And yes, with Next.js 13, you can do that because it's a server-side component and it can be rendered asynchronously. So you can do top-level await. That's pretty cool, right? So now we're getting this user and you no longer see the login button because we're logged in. Even though we're not getting the user photo at this moment, we are indeed logged in. So let's simply render that user image so we know that we're actually logged in. And you can see it's complaining a bit right here, saying that, hey, this condition will always return true since this function is always defined. Did you mean to call it instead? This is pretty good. TypeScript is immediately telling us, hey, this is not good. So we want to do $.user. Only if user exists, then we want to do something. But now it's complaining that the user doesn't exist on the property session. And that's because I haven't called it here. So you can see how TypeScript can come in really handy when you make stupid mistakes like that. And not only it is good, it exactly knows what this user is going to have. So if I try doing something stupid like user.photo, like this, or rather session $.user?.photo, it should automatically complain. And it does. Property photo does not exist on type user. So this is why TypeScript comes in handy when you make mistakes, when you don't know what you have. It's super useful. Sometimes it's annoying, but in most cases, it's gonna save you. Please comment down below right now, pause this video and let me know if you'd like to see more TypeScript videos in the future, or maybe even a complete TypeScript crash course or a TypeScript Pro course. Just let me know down below. Great. Now that we have this, let's simply render a self-closing image tag, like so. Of course, after we import it from next image, which we already have, and let's pass it a source, which is going to be equal to session.user.image. Then we're going to also give it a width of 40 and a height of 40 as well, and a class name of rounded-full, and an alt tag equal to, this is going to be session.user.name. And you can see the source is complaining right now a bit, saying that the source should be of a type src set, but it could be undefined sometimes. So we only want to do this if the image exists. So we can take this session user image, and right here, we only want to show that image if it actually exists. So if we do session.user.image, of course, if we conditionally render that, not to break the entire application, and then we can render this only if it exists. I think this should help us get rid of that error. There we go. As you can see, now it's going to render it only if it's 100% sure that it exists. There we go. And let's indent it properly. Now you can see it says Google right here. So let's try to re-log in. And now we can see the Google again. So something with a session is not going 100% true. So we can focus on finalizing our session right away by going to get current user, and then all the way to our session. This is what we said we're going to finalize once we have the main functionalities for the sign in. So this brings us to a really interesting part, which is our first interaction with Grafbase and the database, because we have to check if the user exists, which is a GET request, and then if they don't, we have to create them in the database. So how are we going to do that? Well, let me show you. Within our library, we're going to create a new file called actions.ts. And within those actions, we're going to import something known as GraphQL client, which is coming from GraphQL-request. Then we're going to create a new function, const make GraphQL request, which is going to be a function we're going to reuse quite a lot for every single thing, which is going to accept a query, meaning what do we want to query from the database, and then variables, if there are any, which by default can be set to an empty object. And we're going to have a try and catch block, where if we have an error, we can simply throw that error. And then inside of here, we'll have to actually make a connection to our database by doing something like client.request. But what is that client? Well, a client is going to be a connection to our Grafbase database. So we can define the client above by saying const client is equal to new GraphQL client, and we need to pass in our API URL. Of course, this is going to be different for production than it will be for localhost. So at the top, we can immediately start making our application both localhost and production ready, which we can do by saying const is production is equal to process.env.node_env, node environment, is triple equal to production. And I want to take a moment here to let you know that what we're doing right now is writing a lot of code for sessions, for actions, for auth providers, but this is necessary if you want to build an application that is real and actually usable. Usually on YouTube, you see a lot of applications just, try to put something up so you have the bare bones functionality. But here, I wanted to show you how you would do it in a real application for a client or for within your job. So let me show you how to create that environment. First, you have the production. Then you have the API URL, which is going to depend on the production. So if we are in production, then we can render the process.env.nextPublic Grafbase API URL, or an empty string, so our TypeScript doesn't complain, or in other case, it's going to be HTTP://, and now we have to connect to our local Grafbase environment. Let me show you how to do that. Here, you can run npx Grafbase. Don't forget to use that 0.24 if you're in Windows, and then you can write dev. This is going to spin up a Grafbase dev environment. As you can see, it gives you an endpoint that you can target. So we're going to copy this endpoint right here and then paste it right here. HTTP 127.0.0.1.4000 GraphQL. On top of the API URL, we also need to have the API key. So const API key is equal to, if is production, then we want to do the process.env next public Grafbase API key or an empty string, or usually it can be anything. It can be some kind of variable that says, let me in right here. And you might be wondering, where are we getting these environment variables from? Well, remember, before we already hooked up our application to Grafbase, our repo, and then we got these variables. We got the next public Grafbase URL and then the key as well. And we're connecting to them on our deployed environment, but we're testing here on our local one. So just so you know, this is how it works. And also, we'll have to ensure that our server URL is correct. So we can say server URL is equal to, if we are on production, so if is production, in that case, we're going to have process.env dot next public server URL, which is going to be the URL of our deployed website, or it can just be localhost 3000. Once again, I know this is a lot of setup, and if I expand it in full line, you're going to see this is just essentially 4 lines, right? But it needed to be done so we can properly make all requests, no matter whether we are on localhost or on the deployed environment. And now we can pass in our API URL so we know where our Grafbase is situated. We can call its endpoints. So now we have access to this client, and within this function, we can say return await client.request, where we're going to pass in the query and we're going to also pass in the variables like so. And I'm going to expand it even further so it fits in one line. And this is it. Now remember where we were. We were all the way in the session and we want to create one query and one mutation. What a way to start working with Grafbase and GraphQL. One create and one post. So let's utilize our newly created function to make those requests. The first one is going to be export const get user, which is going to accept an email, which is going to be of a type string. And then it's going to return the output of the make GraphQL function, to which we have to pass 2 things. And our TypeScript already knows that. The first one is query, and the second one is variables. So what is going to be the query to get our user? That's a question. Are we going to write it here, the entire query to get the user? Well, not really. Again, I'm teaching you all the best practices to make your code scalable. So what we can do is we can create a new file called GraphQL, or rather a new folder right here. We're almost getting to the end here. So that's going to be GraphQL. And then within that GraphQL folder, we can create an index.ts file. And within here, we can write all of our queries. So we're going to export const a get user query, which is going to have a backtick, so we can write it in multiple lines, and we can expand it like so. Every query starts with a query, and the first couple we can write by hand, but then either I can give them access to you, or you can just go to the Grafbase Pathfinder and create them there much more easily than writing them by hand. So how does it go? Query, get user, and then we're going to use GraphQL variables, where you specify a variable name and a variable type like this, and then you can use it within your query. We're querying for a user, and we're going to query by email. So we can say email is going to be access to this variable of email. And then we need to specify what do we want to return for that user. We want to return an ID, a name, an email, an avatar URL, a description, a GitHub URL maybe, as well as a LinkedIn URL, everything we defined. Now, how did I know to form this query in this way? Well, first of all, this is just regular GraphQL, but Grafbase can help us even there. If you open up the terminal and go to Pathfinder, go to this URL right here, just for the fact that we have already created our models, remember before, inside of Grafbase config right here, immediately within the Pathfinder, you can create a query, you can form it. So we can go to the user, query user, or in this case, we can use user collection if you want to get more. And we can pass the arguments by, and then you can return the things such as name, email, and all that good stuff. This essentially formed the query for you. You can simply copy it and then paste it here. And we're going to use this much more later on. You can also use the user collection to get multiple users. Now we can go back and we have our first query. So going back to actions, we can actually make a request to make GraphQL request and pass in the get user query. Of course, we have to import it from add/GraphQL. That is at the top right here. And then we have to pass some variables. In this case, the variable is going to be an object containing an email like so. Great. So how does this work? This query and the variable gets passed to make GraphQL request, which then makes a client request to our API URL, which is connected either to our local Grafbase environment, this one, or the deployed one. Great. And then what are we returning? Well, we're returning a user containing all of the things that we have defined within here, the ID, name, email, avatar URL, and so on. So right here, we can actually use the action that we created. So we can say const user exists is equal to await get user. What do we have to pass? You already know it. User dot email, right? We're going to pass that as a string. And then the output of that is going to be as user user profile. So this is a type of that user, and we have to import this from common types. And of course, we have to import the get user from /actions. So now we have everything we need, the user profile as well as actions. Great. Now, it wouldn't really make sense to test if this works, right? Because we don't have any users now. So let's focus on the second scenario. If the user doesn't exist, let's create them. So we can say if not user exists dot user, then we can await a call to create user. And of course, we have to create another action and another mutation to be able to call this. So now we know the drill. We have created the actions file, and within here, we can define another action. And this action is going to be export const create user. Hopefully you can see why are we making our code scalable now by having all of these different folders, because it all makes sense once you get to understand it. Within our create user, we want to have a couple of props, such as name of string, email of string, and the avatar URL, which is our photo of type string. Then, based on that, we want to say const variables is equal to an object where the input is equal to what we want to pass, such as name, email, and avatar URL. And this allows us to do the same thing we did before. Make a GraphQL request right here at the bottom, where the query is no longer going to be get user query, rather create user mutation. So now we can go back to GraphQL, index.js, and we can create our second query, or in this case, mutation of the day, which is going to be create user mutation. So export const create user mutation is equal to a pair of backticks. Again, we can write this one by hand by saying mutation is create user, where we get an input, and the input is of type user create input, so everything needed for the user creation. And we can say user create, where we take in that input that we passed as a variable, and we want to return the user. And the user is going to contain the name, email, avatar URL, description, GitHub URL, LinkedIn URL, and of course, the ID. Now we can go back to actions. Here we can call the create user mutation. And of course, we need to import it from add/GraphQL. And then as variables, we're going to simply pass variables because we have already formed them right here at the top. Hopefully this makes sense. Now we have the create user action and the get user action. Now back in the session right here, we can call this await create user, which we need to import from that/actions. And to it, we need to pass the user.name as a string. We also have to pass the user.email as a string. And we have to pass the user.image as a string as well. This is all we need to form this. And it looks like I didn't type as here. We can also put this in new lines, so it's just a bit easier to see. Something like this. And once we create this user, we want to just return true because we're getting it immediately later on from the server session. So with that, our sign in is done as well. But now we have to return a session that doesn't just include the Google user, the data we have there, but also paired with the data that our actual user has. I hope that makes sense. Let's take a moment. So we don't want to simply return a Google user. What is our Google user? Well, the Google user just contains things like the name, email, and the avatar URL, right? But now we want to hook up our Google user with our own database user, which also has its own projects. Maybe it has its description or something else. LinkedIn URL, GitHub URL, a lot of that good stuff, right? So we want to connect the two and make the session return the connection of the two. So we have both the stuff from Google, such as the avatar URL for the photo, but also we have the projects which we need, right? So to be able to do that, we're going to populate this session to merge the two users. To do that, we first need to get the email by saying const email is equal to session ?user ?email as string. Then we can open up a new try and catch block and say const data is equal to await get user. This is the function we have created as user is of a type user profile. So we immediately know what it is. And then we can form a new session by saying const new session is equal to an object where we spread the original session like so. We tap into the user portion of it. We spread everything from the session user, but then we spread everything from data ?user. So this is the part where I told you about connecting the two. It is a bit crazier notation, but hopefully if you know spread operators, you understand what we're doing here. We're creating a new session where we take both parts of the data or of the user. And finally, we don't want to return a session anymore. We want to return right here within the try a new session, okay? And here for the catch, I would just leave a console log saying something like error retrieving user data, and then paste that error right here. And this session is always expecting to return a session. So even when we have an error, we can return session right here. Maybe it's going to be an empty session, but we have to return that. Okay, we've made a lot of progress right here. So we have the Google provider connected, the theme, the callbacks, even 2 actions already connected to our Grafbase related to users. In the future videos, if you'd like me to use Clerk to simplify this process significantly, just let me know down in the comments. I'm really looking forward to using it. Great. But before we finally make this truly work, there's one last part we have to do. And that's the JWT encode, decode, and the connection to Grafbase of our account. So let's focus on that final part of the auth, and then we'll be able to get into the good stuff of creating all of the posts. So let's go right here into our grafbase.config.ts. And here we'll also have to connect our authentication. So we're already importing auth at the top. So going just a bit down below our models, we can say const JWT, which stands for JSON Web Token, is equal to auth dot all caps JWT. And we have to create our issuer. So the issuer is going to be Grafbase. And then we have to add a secret. Every JWT has to have a secret. And this secret is also needed for next auth. So if you go to environment variables of the configuration part of Next.auth, you're going to see that we need two things, Next.auth as well as Next.auth secret. And this secret is used to encrypt the Next.auth.js JWT and to hash the email verifications token. So how can we create this Next.auth secret? Well, let's search for it right here, Next.auth secret. And hopefully, if we go maybe here, no, it doesn't tell us a lot. But if we go to the next one, Next.auth secret, and go here, you can see how you can create a good value for this secret. They don't recommend just using something like, I don't know, what do we have here? Secret, right? Not like that. They recommend us to use the OpenSSL to create a random base64 32 character string. So you can simply copy this command right here, or we're going to type it out together. Don't worry about that. But you can go to OpenSSL online. So I found this cool thing, or if you're in Mac or in Linux, just type it into your terminal, but on Windows it's not supported. So go to cryptool.org. The link is going to be down in the description, and then simply paste it right here and click enter, and you're going to get your own Next.js secret. Next, you can copy it like so. And of course, you could paste it here, but it's better if we put it into envs. Bear with me. You want to put it within the Grafbase folder and then .env. So here, you can say Next.auth underscore secret is equal to this right here. And then within Grafbase, you can read it by saying g.env Next.auth underscore secret. Okay. And we also have to add it to our regular env. So right here below Google, we can say Next.auth secret is equal to that thing. And also we need Next.auth URL. This is important for Next.auth to work. That's going to be for now http://localhost 3000. And later on in production environment, we're going to switch this to make it a real deployed URL one. Now that we have this JWT, we can use it within the config by saying auth is equal to an object where we have the providers equal to JWT, and we can set the rules. The rules is going to be a callback function that has the rules and then returns rules.private, which means that we're setting all the functionalities of our app to be private. But then we can modify different models to have some different rules. So right here, our user, we need it to be publicly read. So everybody can read all of our users. So that's going to be .auth right here, where we have the callback function of rules. And then you can return, or rather just specify rules.public.read. But the situation is not going to be the same for the project, where we want to say .auth, where we get the rules, and then we specify rules.public.read, which means that everybody can see the posts, but not everybody can create, update, or delete them. So we can say rules.private.create.delete, and then .update, like so. There we go. So now we have special rules right here, and you can notice that our TypeScript is complaining a bit about the type. So for this one, we can just add a TS ignore, and we can also add it here. This is just for one lines because we're not really using these variables later on. We're using them to create the models. So with that said, we now have the auth and the JWT connected. We have our Next.auth variables. Everything is good. And we're back to the final part of the equation, which is to set up the JWT. We need to encode the token and decode the token. This is a good practice to learn a bit more about JWTs and how do they work. JWTs are web tokens, are the standard method for representing claims securely between two parties. You can decode them, verify them, and generate them. Here's how it looks like. The first part of the JWT contains the algorithm, the encryption algorithm, and the type of the token. Then you can pass any kind of data securely, such as the name or any other ID, and then you have to verify it. And here, the secret that we have is the secret to verifying it, okay? So if you want to share it, you can, But then to decode it, the other person has to have your secret, okay? So let me show you how we can go back to creating encoding and decoding processes for the JWTs. I'm gonna uncomment this. And first we wanna get the encoded token by saying const encoded token is equal to JSON web token, which is that package, dot sign. And then we wanna pass it an object where we simply spread our current token. We set the issuer as Grafbase, and then we also want to give it an EXP or an expiration date. Usually people do math.floor date.now divided by 1000, and then you can add plus 60 times 60. Now, I don't feel like doing the math right here, and then you want to go out of this right here, of the object, and then pass in the secret. That's going to look like this. Now, I don't even know how much time this is, but I know someone that knows. Of course, it's our friend ChatGPT, so we can just ask how much time this is, and hopefully they're gonna let us know. Okay, it even knows the current time and date, but yeah, it's saying 46,800 seconds. How much in hours? Hopefully it's gonna give us a response. Okay, it's 13 hours. So this is kind of a standard, but of course you can make it longer, you can make it shorter. It's completely up to you. Now that we have the encoded token, we want to simply return it because this is the only thing that this function does. So return encoded token. Now we want to create a function that decodes it. So const decoded token is equal to JSON web token dot verify, where we pass in the token first, and we need to add this exclamation mark for TypeScript, and then we pass in the secret, and it's going to be as JWT. So we can simply say return decoded token. And believe it or not, we're done with our sessions and creation user process, and we're ready to close all of these good tabs and come back to our localhost application. I'm gonna even dare to close these files and just go back to where we are, which is here, clicking this button that's going to actually sign us in. So let's sign in using Google. I selected my email and unfortunately got access denied. You do not have permission to sign in. So now let's debug it and figure out what this is all about. It is possible that we have to reload our application because we have, of course, updated our environment variables. So let's just reload it and rerun npm run dev. And we can return to localhost 3000. Great, let's give it another shot. And it didn't go through one more time. Let's go ahead and check out our console. Here it looks like we have a client error, unknown field LinkedIn URL. It's supposed to be LinkedIn with a capital I right here. Did you mean LinkedIn URL? Thankfully, the error handling is pretty good, so we can now search for that, LinkedIn URL. And we can notice that we're mentioning that right here within Grafbase, where it's mentioned in a good way, but here where we're trying to fetch it, I need to properly spell it out. So if I do this, this is just one part, but I doubt that this is the thing that messed with our auth. But just to be sure, let's try to sign in one more time. Yep, as I supposed, the same thing again, but hopefully we have another error. Here we have a error saying that unauthorized access to mutation user create, missing create operation. So it looks like we weren't successful in creating the user, but that's because we got our access denied by the OAuth provider, which is okay. We wrote a lot of code. Of course, there are a lot of issues. So we'll go step by step with fixing all of them. There's one really important thing, which is the primary reason why we even created all of these things in the first place and connected these users in the sessions. Let me show you what it is by closing all the files and starting slowly. Going back to lib and then actions. As you know, inside of here, we're getting our user and we're creating our user. And later on, we're going to do many other things here that not everybody should be able to do or should be allowed to do. So we have a really robust security system here. We don't want to expose any unnecessary variables. Some requests will be made on the client side, where we really must be careful not to expose the key, and some will be made on the server side. So what we need to do is before we make this GraphQL request, we have to add our API key to be able to make these actions. So here in the get user, we can say client.setHeader of X API key is going to be the API key that we have defined right here above. There we go. And we can repeat this procedure for create user as well right here. Client.setHeader, API key, X API key. This should get us one step closer to fixing the issue we have. So let's go ahead and test it out by going back to localhost and trying to sign in once again. And this is a good sign, believe it or not. Even though it's another error, it's a good sign because we progressed further. It's saying that we're trying to access an image from Google, and Next.js is not allowing us because we have to add this host name here, which you can copy. We have to add it to our Next.js config. So copy this host name, go to next.config.js, and then there, expand this config and say images, and then say domains. And there, you can add a string of lh3.googleusercontent.com. And now if you save this, we'll have to restart the app, or it's going to do it for us, and you can reload the page. Just to be sure, I'm going to press Ctrl-C and then Y, and then I'm going to rerun the application by running npm run dev. And in a couple of minutes, we should be live on localhost 3000. If everything goes according to plan, of course. And we are live, and we can see our profile photo as well as the button to share our work. This is great. This is not clickable yet. So let's now go back to our navbar. And inside of here, we can take our profile photo and we can actually make it point to where it needs to point to, which is going to be our user profile. So I know this took a long time, but now we're properly creating all the users, getting all the tokens and all the keys and everything we need to get to be able to create projects, which is going to be our next step. So we can wrap this image in a link right here. This link is going to be, of course, a Next.js link. So let's properly do it. There we go. The link needs to have an href that's going to go to /profile/ and then session !user !id, like so. And immediately it became clickable. And if you click it, you're going to get a 404, but you can see it is properly navigating to profile and then this special user ID. This is great. And if you reload the page, you're going to see, hey, we're still logged in, which means that we're persisting our session. And right next to the share work, we can add another button right here. That button is going to be of a type is equal to button. It's going to have a class name equal to text-small, like this. And then it's going to have an onClick property that's simply going to say sign out. And we have to get this sign out from Next.auth React. So we can import sign out from Next.auth React, like so. That's great. On click, sign out. And the button itself can say sign out. And unfortunately, we get to one really, really important error in new Next.js 13 applications, which is essentially saying, hey, any kind of client-side functionality, such as on-click, you need to consider converting the part of this to a client component. So whenever you get this, you might want to consider extracting some of this code into an additional component. That way, you'll be able to keep the entire navbar server-side rendered, while only this part can be client-side rendered, where the combination of these two is going to allow you to interact with browser functionalities, while at the same time allowing you to have everything else server-side rendered for efficiency. So what we're going to do instead here is we're going to create a new component instead of this image and everything else. So here we can remove this image for now and just render the profile menu self-closing component. So instead of this button, and instead of this entire session with the profile, we're going to just render a profile menu self-closing component. And to it, we're going to pass a session is equal to session, like so. We can create this profile menu by going to our components and creating a new profile menu.tsx. And since this profile menu is going to contain everything we have created already, it's going to be linked in that same GitHub gist down below. So you can just copy it and paste it right here. You're going to notice that it's nothing more than just a simple pop-up that's going to tell us some information about our user alongside the image, which we have already seen before. So for now, you can simply find it in the GitHub gist and then put it right here. And of course, this is a use client component. So now if we go back, you can import that profile menu which we have created, save it, and now we have that same image, but with a new code, we have just some image in a larger format, the name as well. These all here are some dummy URLs right now. The only one we'll be using is the profile one to get to the profile page. And then we have the sign out, which if we look into the profile menu, is doing exactly what we've done. It has a button that calls the sign out functionality. But now it's no longer complaining because this is rendering on the client side. So we can use the use client. I hope this has been a great lecture on kind of how to divide the server-side functionality from the client-side functionality. Great. And then, of course, this now points to profile as before, which we don't yet have. And then share work points to create project, which we also don't yet have. So the application, after all of this work, is looking still pretty simple, but we have implemented such comprehensive and secure best practices for utilizing API keys, tokens, user creation, sign out functionalities. All of it is there, and it's just waiting for us to start creating those posts. So now continuing with categories, posts, and load more wouldn't make more sense because we don't have anything to categorize, we don't have any posts, and we cannot load anymore because we don't have any, right? So what we can do is start with the share work page. This is going to be a special page in Next.js that we can create right here within app, create a new folder, because Next.js is doing file-based routing called create project. And then within it, we're going to have a new file called route.tsx. And then inside of it, we're going to have a new page.tsx file. We can run RAFCE. Instead of page, we're going to call it create project. And we can also say create project here, and we don't have to import React. So now if we save this and click share work, immediately we'll be redirected to this newly created create project page. We didn't have to do any special routing or things like that, such as in React. Immediately it got created just since we created this create project route. This is great. Create project coming next. To get started with the create project page, believe it or not, we're going to turn it into a modal. We are doing an application similar to Dribble, after all, aren't we? So when you look at the details of a specific project, it opens up a modal on top of the current website. Same thing for create. So we're going to simulate that as well. What we can do is we can turn this div into a modal component, like so. And within it, we can render an h3 element that's going to have a class name equal to modal head text. And it can say something like create a new project. There we go. And right below it, we'll be able to render a project form component. Project form, which is going to be a self-closing component. And for now, we don't have to give it any props. But of course, we have two undefined components that we have to create. So to do that, let's go all the way to components and create a new modal.tsx component where we can run RAFCE. And let's also create the project form component .tsx where we can run RAFCE. Now going back, we can import them by double-clicking and then pressing Control or Command space. And that's going to immediately bring them from /components/. /modal and project form. And now we can see the modal. So what do you say that we immediately dive into the modal and start implementing it? Our modal is going to be a use client component. So right here, we can say use client. Usually you don't have to do this at the start. You just start writing it out. If you can make it a server component, that's great. But if you notice that you're using any kind of client-side or browser capabilities, like, for example, use callback, like use ref, or like something like use router, which comes from Next navigation, all of these things are browser specific, so we have to turn it into a client-side component. And of course, these are coming from React, and we're going to also add a type of React node. Later on, we're going to also use the image, so we can import the next image, or rather just image from next/image. Now, our modal is going to accept some children. So right here, we can say children, and we can define a type for that children, where children is a React node, like so. And what do? We can just create a div. Within that div, we can have another div that's going to show the children beneath it right here. So now we're passing a text, create a new project, and here we can see it within the form, or rather within the modal. But on top of the modal, we want to create some kind of an overlay. So we're going to create two different ref properties. The first one is going to be const overlay is equal to use ref, which is going to be of a type HTML div element, and at the start, it's going to be set to null. We can duplicate that, and for the second one, we're going to create a wrapper use ref, which is also going to be a div and a null. Finally, we'll need to use the use router to navigate to different pages. So we can say router is equal to use router, and we can do this because we're in a client-side component. So now we can attach the ref to our div of overlay, and we can give it a class name equal to modal, and we can give it an onClick property, which is going to be handle click. So now we can define that function. What's going to happen once this is clicked? So we can say const handle click, and we can define this right now just as an empty callback function, as we're going to implement the logic as soon as we're done with the layout. But there we go. Now you can see the overlay appear. So let's add a button to close the overlay right inside of it. So here we can create a button that's going to have a type equal to button. It's also going to have an onClick, inside of which we're going to call a function called onDismiss. And this is another function which we can create and just leave empty for now. And we can give it a class name equal to absolute top-4 and right-8. And within it, we can simply render an image. And that image is going to have a source equal to /close.svg, a width of 17 pixels, and a height of 17 pixels as well. And it's going to have an alt tag of close. There we go. So if we save this, you should be able to see the close right here on top right, because we positioned it like that. Wonderful. Now we can also give the div below a ref of wrapper and a class name equal to modal_wrapper. If we save this, we can now see our great looking modal that has created a new project and a project form. And now, of course, we cannot yet do anything by clicking these. So let's implement the functionality. For dismiss, it's going to be pretty simple. We just want to call the router right here and say router.push. And we want to go just to /. We want to go home. So if we do this and click it, it will redirect us to home. It is as simple as that. Now, I did notice that I got logged out, but no worries, I'm going to quickly log in. But this is a good opportunity to remind us that we still have to implement this better looking sign in button. But we're going to do that as soon as we're done with the project create page. I sign back in and we can go to share work and you can see this is working perfectly. And now we're going to do the handle click as well. The handle click is going to work if we click outside of the modal. We also want to be able to close it. So what we can do is we can turn this into use callback to make it a bit more efficient. So on dismiss, use callback, and use callback will return a memoized version of the callback that only changes if the input has changed. So we don't have to redeclare the function every time. We just have to redeclare it if this dependency array right here has changed. And inside of there, we're going to have a router. Again, this is just to make our code more efficient. And now we can do the handle click. It's also going to be a use callback, so we can wrap our entire function with it, like so. And then we can also give it a dependency array, and that's going to be on dismiss and overlay. Once those two properties change, we have to recreate it. Now we can open up and expand the function block. It's complaining because on dismiss was used before it was created, so we can push it right here above. And the handle click is going to make a check. If e.target is equal to overlay.current, and if the onDismiss exists. If that is the case, we're going to simply call the onDismiss function. That is it. So now let's see, where did we make a mistake? It's complaining a bit. I think we have to close these two in another statement. And here it's going to be e.target, which we're getting through params right here. E as in event, and E has an any type, but E is actually going to be a React mouse event. So here we can say E is a React dot mouse event, like so. And now if we go back and click outside, it closes it the same way if we clicked dismiss. This is exactly how a modal should be working. And now we have this great slate where we can create a new project form, which means that we're now done with this modal. We see the create a new project, and now we have the project form. To this project form, we're going to pass two props. The first one is a type. This form is going to be of a type create, because later on we're going to have one of a type edit. And then finally, we're going to pass a user session, because we have to know which user is creating this post. So to be able to know that, thankfully, we have implemented the getUser function. So we can say const session is equal to await. We have to make the function async, and Next.js allows us to do that. And then we can say get current user and call it as a function. That is coming from @/lib/session. And then if we don't have a user, so if no session !user, then we simply want to redirect to /, because that means that we cannot create a post, and we have to get this redirect at the top by saying import redirect from next navigation, like so. And if we save it, it's going to complain about the modal. Let's see why. The modal wanted an identifier. Let's see. It wants children, and children it has because it's here. But maybe it's complaining about the session and the type here. That's about the project form. So yeah, this is it. So now it looks like it's complaining about a modal, but modal looks good to me. It's the session that we are not passing. So let me try to pass a session right here. And now we can see that it's still, oh, no, it's good. Never mind. That's it. So now this is our modal. We have our H3, and we are ready to dive into the project form and start implementing the functionality to create our first project. Isn't that exciting? First, we can accept some props. So we can accept what we know we're passing, a type, and a session. So right here at the top, we can define those props by saying type props is type of a type string, as well as a session of a type session interface. And if you remember correctly, this is a common type that we created before, so we can simply import it. And then we can say that the props is of a type props to keep it clean right here, and we know what we're getting. And with that, we can start with creating the layout of our project form. Of course, we're going to wrap it in a form component, like so. Our form is going to have an onSubmit property. which is going to be equal to handle form submit, which is a function we're going to define just here within the component, const handle form submit, which is going to get an event, which is a React event form. And for now, we can leave it as an empty function. Then we're going to have a class name, which is going to be equal to flex start and a class of form. If we save this, I guess we have a typo here. So if we fix it and then save it, it says that we have an onSubmit function here, which means that immediately we have to turn this into a use client function. So let's do that right away. And there we go. We cannot see anything because we haven't yet started adding the fields to our form. So let's do that right away. Within the form, we're going to create a div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to flex start and form_image dash container. Then within it, we're going to have a label, and this label is going to have an HTML4, and this is going to be set to poster, and then a class name is going to be flex center, as well as form_image dash label. Inside of here, we'll be able to render the image if we are editing the form or the project. But in this case, we don't have any. So I'm just going to type image. Or we can do something like this, where we can say if image. For now, I'm just going to create a dummy image variable. Const image is null. In that case, we can say if no image. In that case, we can show something like choose a poster for your project, or a thumbnail, however you want to call it. And then we get this cool view where we'll be able to upload our images. So to implement the upload functionality, we can add an input tag below. And this input is going to have an ID of image, a type of file, accept is going to be image and then asterisk, meaning all images. Required is going to be if type is triple equal to create, then it's going to be true, else it's going to be false. And when you have a turner like this, you can just say type is create. And a class name is going to be form_image dash input. And an onChange is going to be equal to handle change image. And this is something which we can again define right here at the top, handle change image. It's going to be similar to this one, but this is going to be a change event. And it's going to come from, more specifically, it's going to be an HTML input element, like so. Once you write a couple of these, you're going to immediately know how to use them. And all of these have to be imported from React. So you can immediately import change event from React. This is a type. Now, you can see that this is complaining here, an HTML for poster, but where is it a poster? And first of all, this should say for and not form. And the poster is going to be right below the input. So this is going to be our actual image. So we can say if image exists, or rather this image is going to be on the form. So we can immediately create a dummy form, which is going to look like this. It's an object where image is going to be just an empty string for now. So now we can say form.image, both here and here. And if the form.image exists, then we can return an image that's going to have a source equal to form?.image, a class name equal to, on small devices, padding 10, object contain to keep the aspect ratio, and z-20 to show over other content. It can also have an alt tag equal to project poster and a fill property. And if you haven't already, we have to import image from Next.image right here at the top. Great. Now we cannot, of course, see our image because we haven't yet uploaded one. But soon enough, we're going to do the logic for upload as well. Before that, let's dive below this div and let's start creating the form fields for our project. Each one of these form fields is going to be reusable. So we can create a new component that's going to be called form field. And we can share a couple of things to it. We can share a title equal to a title, a state of something like form.title, then a placeholder. In this case, the title of the project can be something like flexible, and then a setState function. So these are all some props that we haven't yet utilized, but we're going to accept them within our component. So here we can pass in a value, and we can pass in the handle state change of title and value, like so. These are all things that we have to define. So first of all, we have to define what value is. We have to define the title on the form, and we have to define the form field itself, as well as the handle state change. A lot of stuff to define, but we can start one by one. So let's scroll all the way up, and let's create another function that's going to be const handle state change. That's going to accept a field name, which is going to be a string, and is going to accept a value, which is going to be a string. And for now, we can leave it empty. Here, we know that our form is going to have a title as well, so we can add it. And now would be the time to create this component, the form field component. So let's go into components and create a new form field.tsx, run rafce, and we can now import it by double-clicking and pressing Control space or Command space right here. It is going to complain that it doesn't have all of the right properties, but now we know what we have to pass to it, which means that we can go into it and start focusing on our individual form field. That form field is going to accept a lot of different props. We have to modify it in a lot of different ways after all. So let's define the type for these props. First, it's going to be the type. Is it going to be an input, or is it going to be a text area? That's going to be a string. Then we can have a title, which is a string. Then we can pass a state, which is the value, string. We can also pass, and I think I have to use semicolons here, placeholder, which is also going to be a string. Is text area, we can also pass this as a Boolean, and this means that it's not always going to be there, so only in some cases. And we can also have a setState, which is a function that accepts a value, and then it doesn't return anything. So now we can accept all of these props by saying type, title, state, placeholder is text area, and setState, and all of this is going to be of a type props. And that means that we are ready to start creating the layout of this component. So inside of here, we can give it a class name equal to flex_start, flex-call, w-full, and gap-4. Immediately within it, we can create our label, and this label is going to have a class name of w-full, text-gray-100, and it can say something like title. And if you remember from the last time, we pass the title of title to this one. Then we can check, is this a text area element? If it is, then we can render a text area element. Or most likely it's an input. So we're simply going to render an input tag right here. Okay, so text area or input. In this case, it's going to be an input. Now to both of these, we're going to pass some similar properties, such as placeholder is equal to placeholder, or state is equal to state, and value is equal to state. They're going to also be required, and they're going to have a class name equal to form_field-input. And finally, they're going to have an onChange equal to where we get an event, and then we set the state to e.target.value. We can copy this text area, or rather just its properties, and put it into our input tag below, like this. And let's see if we miss anything. We also have to specify the type of the input. So it can be either the type that we provide, or it can be just a regular text input. So now if we save this, you can see that we get our first great looking input right here with a placeholder and everything else. Now, this was a lot of work just to do one input, you might say, right? Well, not really, because we're going to use this or reuse it to create many more other inputs. So what we can do is we can duplicate this input a couple of times, maybe even 3 or 4 or 5. So if we save this, you can immediately see all of these great looking inputs, although they're the same, right? So what we can do is we can change this one into description. The state is going to be form.description. Placeholder is going to be showcase and discover remarkable developer projects. And the value is going to change the description. We have to be careful about what we change. Then the next one is going to have a special type of URL. And it's going to say website URL. It's going to be form.live site URL. And the placeholder can be something like https://jsmastery.pro. Feel free to put anything you want. And this is going to update the live site URL property. The next one is also going to have a type of URL. It's going to be a GitHub URL this time. So GitHub URL. The form.title is going to be GitHub URL. It's going to say something like https://github.com. And I'm going to put my name here. You can put yours. And here we can say GitHub URL. You have to ensure that this name here and this string right here are the same. That's the only way that it's going to update it later on. Later on, right below, we're going to also add a custom input for the category, but more on that later. And finally, at the bottom, we're going to have a button. So here we can create a div that's going to have a class name equal to flex start w-full. And there we're going to render some kind of a button that's going to say either create, edit, or something like that. So if we save this now, you can see how much better this is looking. We immediately have all the fields that we need to have. It seems like we don't have a lot of space between those though. So if we dive into each one of these, let's see if we have properly put all the styles. We have a form_field -input. That's looking good to me. And here we have a flex start, flex call, w-full, and gap. This is indeed looking great. And these inputs are within not this div, but rather the flex start form div. So this is looking good to me. Of course, we can make some tweaks later on to make it look even better. For now, let's focus on doing this custom input or custom menu for the category of our project, which is also really important. So here we'll be able to create a new component called custom menu. And we're going to pass it similar things. Things like title of category, state of form.category. We're going to also do filters, which is going to be equal to category filters, which is coming from @/constants. If you check this, this is simply an array of all of the different categories that we have in our project. And then a set state, which is going to be similar, where we pass the value. And then we have handle state change, category, and then the value right here. Great. Now we can create this new component of custom menu.tsx and run refce. We can go back and we can now import it right here. And for now, we won't be able to see a lot because it just says custom menu. But if we go into it, we can start implementing it in a similar way that we implemented our inputs. To implement it, we're going to import a menu coming from @headlessUI/React. And we're going to also need to import a fragment coming from React, as well as an image. of course, coming from next/image, and we don't need an import to React. Now let's remember which props do we pass into it: title, state, filters, and set state. We can copy most of these props already from the form field component. So go there, go back to custom menu, and define the type of props where we're going to have the title, state. We don't need these, but we do need a filters, which is going to be an array of strings, like so. And we have a set state, which is the same as before. So now we can simply accept all of these props by saying title, state, filters, and set state, which is of a type props. There we go. And we can start creating it. We're going to start by wrapping everything in a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to flex start, flex -call, w-full, gap-7, and relative. Within it, we're going to have a label for this field, and this label is going to be an HTML4, this specific field, and it's going to have a class name equal to w-full, text-gray-100, and it's going to render the title. Immediately below the label, we're going to have a menu, and this menu is going to act as a div. So we can say as div, and with a class name equal to self-start. So this is going to align self on the start, and then relative. Within this menu, we can have a div, and this div is going to render a menu dot button. That menu button is going to render either the state, which is the category, or we're going to say select a category if none have been selected before. We can now save it to see how does it look like. And there we go. We have select a category, which doesn't do much yet. But we can style it by giving it a class name of flex center and custom _menu -btn. This style is going to make it look like a toggle. And we can also add an image right here that's going to have a source equal to /arrow-down.svg with a width of 10 and a height of 5. It's a small icon. It's an alt of arrow down, but it's going to signify that you can actually click this and see more options. Now, below this div, we're going to render a menu.items. And this menu items is going to have a class name equal to flex start, as well as custom _menu -items. And inside of there, we can render the filters. By saying filters.map, we get each individual tag, and we can return something instantly. So just parentheses here. For each one of these, we're going to return a menu.item. And that menu item has to have a key because we're mapping over it, which is going to be a tag. And within it, we can render a button. That button is going to have a type equal to button, a value equal to tag, of course dynamically, right? The one we're passing, a class name equal to custom _menu -item, and then on click equal to an event where we set the state to be equal to e.currentTarget.value. Current target because this is a button within the menu item and not just a regular input. And within the button, we can render the tag itself. So now if we save this and click select a category, you can actually see the menu appear, and you can close it and open it, and you can see all of these great categories. And for now, you cannot select them, or you cannot even type anything in these fields, but you will be able to do that really soon once we start managing it within the state. And it looks like we didn't even need this fragment, so I can remove it right here. Now we can go back to the project form, And you can see we have a lot of these red things, which means that we're not properly assigning them within the state yet. And we also don't need this extra form field. I think I created one too many. So the last one is the GitHub URL. So what do you say? Let's create a real state and not just a dummy field right here to manage all of these properties. To do that, we can say use state and then select use state snippet, call it a form and the set form. And at the start, we can set this equal to an empty object, but we're going to pre-fill it with empty values, such as title is an empty string. Description is going to be an empty string as well. This way, TypeScript is going to know of which type each one of these properties are. Image is going to be an empty string as well. Live site URL, empty string. GitHub URL, an empty string. And a category, an empty string. And we, of course, have to import useState coming from React right here. So now we have all of these in the state, but we're not yet updating the state. If you think about it, this handle state change function is not yet doing anything. So let's make the logic of our form work, and then we're going to finalize this create button and actually hook it up to our Grafbase database. And using GraphQL functions and actions, we're going to create our first project in our database. Exciting stuff ahead. We have the state for our project. We're going to also create one additional state, just a helper state, to know whether we are currently submitting the form or not while it is loading. So we can call it is submitting. Set is submitting at the start can be set to false. Then we can modify the handle state change to actually update the form by saying set form. Since we're going to update the form using form's previous values, we need to create a function out of it, call it prev form or prev state, and then immediately return by wrapping it inside of parentheses and then an object where we spread the previous state like this, and then add the additional field name and its value, like so. Let me put it in a new line so you can see it better. So set form, prev state, field name, and then value. This is going to ensure to immediately return it and update it. Great. Now, of course, before we can actually utilize all of these values, we have to implement the functionality for uploading images to Cloudinary. That's going to allow us to serve and host those images there on their servers, and they're going to provide us with a URL that we can utilize to then send over to our database. So let's get started with that by diving into our handle change image function. We're going to separate it a bit from the other functions and start by diving into its function block. There, first we want to call e.preventDefault, which is the default behavior of the browser to reload the page. We don't want to reload it. Then we want to get access to the file that a person will upload by saying const file is equal to e.target.files and then 0. In this case, we can also add a question mark dot here because maybe it doesn't exist. So just to be sure, if we don't have any file, then we can simply exit. Then if not, file.type dot includes an image, meaning it's something else. In that case, we want to return an alert that's going to say, please upload an image file. If we have a file and if it is an image, then we can say const reader is equal to new file reader. We're going to read the data as data URL and pass in the file in there. And then we need to onload that reader by saying reader.onload. It's going to be a function where we want to get the result of that reader by saying reader.result as a string. And then we want to handle the state change where we're going to update the image to the result that we get right here. And then later on, when creating the post, we're going to take this and we're going to pass it over to Cloudinary to upload it to their servers as we discussed before. Now let's compare this create a new project with the deployed application one. You can see there's just a bit more space between each and every input, and everything else is basically the same. So yeah, we're really close to being done. But of course, let's first figure out the spacing between those items. So that's going to be right here, where we have a form field. And these form fields are contained within flex start form. It's going to be a flex start, not flexed start. So as soon as we fix this, it's going to look much better. And we can try uploading our first poster. So I already have a couple. Let's choose one. Let's go with this NFT backdrop. And you can see the image appear right here, which is looking great. Finally, we can type something like NFT's landing page. Of course, you can do something else. We can do a description. You can also do a URL. So that's going to be something like this. It has to be a real URL. So I'm going to just do nfts.com. Same for GitHub. And then you can choose a category. And then we have a create button. So all of it is ready, but let's focus on modifying our create button to look just a bit better. And we can do that by creating a new custom button component, which we're going to reuse many times throughout the application. So here, let's render a new button. That button is going to, of course, be created within the components folder, button.tsx, and it can be an RAFCE, just like so. To that button, we can pass a title property, title, something like create. We can also pass a type equal to submit. It's going to have a left icon. If it is submitting, so if is submitting, then we can do nothing, so empty. Usually it can be a plus icon, so plus.svg, meaning, hey, add something. And then it can have a state of is submitting is equal to is submitting. Based on that, we can modify the default disabled state. And the button can be self-closing because immediately we're going to render whatever the title says right here. And now we can dive into the button, or rather we can import it by just pressing Control space or Command space and then importing it at the top coming from /button. As soon as we do that, we will be able to accept all of these props and show them on our new beautiful button. So to be able to do that, let's dive into the button and let's first create the props or the types for all of the props we're receiving. That's going to be a title of a type string, a left icon, which sometimes might be there, sometimes might not, and that's going to be either a string or a null. Then we can have a right icon. Same thing goes for that. We're going to have a handle click sometimes, and that's going to be a mouse event handler, and that's going to come from React, so you can import it at the top. Then we're going to have a submitting property, or is submitting property, which is going to be optional, and it's going to be Boolean. We can have a type, which is going to be either button or submit, like this. And we can have a BG caller later on, which is going to be optional, and it's going to be a string. And finally, a text caller if we want to further modify this button. This is great. And now we can accept all of these props right here by listing them one by one, such as title, left icon, right icon, handle click, is submitting, type, BG caller, and text caller, and all of these are of a type props. And this will be a regular button, but of course, we're going to style it to look like a great one. So let's start doing that right away by passing all of these props to our regular button, such as a type of either type or a button, a disabled state, which is going to be equal to is submitting, a class name equal to flex center, gap-3, px4, and py3, and finally an on click, which is going to be equal to a handle click. I'm just going to leave a comment here for us that later on we also have to change the BG caller and text caller as well. So yeah, these are to be added later on. Great. And finally, within the button, we can show our left icon, of course, only if it exists. Then we're going to render an image that looks like this, where we're going to have a source, of course, equal to left icon, a width of 14 pixels, a height of 14 pixels, and an alt tag equal to left. We can duplicate this right below, name it a right icon, source is right icon, and alt tag is right. And then finally, we can render the title itself right here. And we need to import images from next image. Now, when we save this, this is going to look much better than before, and that is it. Of course, we can style it further with colors and things like that, but for now, we are good. We have our own great looking button. Now, this button is going to change what it says depending on are we currently creating, editing, or doing something else. So here, we can complicate this title a bit. We can say if is submitting, then also if type, so like this, within the curly braces, if type is triple equal to create, then we want to open a new ternary and say creating, or in other case, we can say editing, right? And then outside of this ternary, we can have another one. Again, check if the type is triple equal to create. And if it is, then we're going to say create. Else, we're going to say edit. I hope this makes just a bit of sense. We still need to kind of explain it. So let me put it in multiple lines. If we're submitting, we want to check if we're currently creating. In that case, we want to say creating or editing because is submitting is true. But then we want to go out of this, meaning something like this, where we want to close this one here and dive into the second ternary right here. And then we want to again check if type is create, in which case we just say create or edit, not creating or editing because we're not submitting at this moment. And of course, we have to fix those little things, such as the mistakes we have with closing the parentheses. And in situations like these, I get pretty lazy, so I just say, hey, fix this, and then I pass the code. ChatGPT is really good for simple things such as this one, and it even formats it nicely. So we can just put it here, and you can see what I meant. So you'll see later on how this is going to say creating or editing or create or edit. And I think we were looking at the finished side when I said how good the button is looking. So it's not looking that good yet. So we still have to apply some additional styles to it. So this is where the BG color and text color come into play. So right here, we can just add additional class names by turning this class name into a dynamic template string, like so. We can put it into a new row and then say if we are submitting, so if is submitting, then we can pass the opacity of 50. Then we can change the BG black 50 like this. Else, if a BG color exists, then render the BG color. Else, render the BG dash primary dash purple like so. And we also want to add additional things such as rounded dash XL and text dash SM, text dash SM, font dash medium, and on max MD W dash full. So this is going to be a full width on medium devices. If we now save this, we have a better looking button, but still we can change the text color. So here we can say if there is a text color that we provide, then use that one. Else, just use a text white, like so. And I believe this can be shortened to just text color or text white, same as this here, BG color or BG primary purple. And there we go. Now we have a great looking button and we have create a new project. So now almost everything is done besides our handle submit function. So inside of this handle submit right here is where the magic is going to happen. Inside of here, we're going to call some of the actions and actually make connections to our database using GraphQL calls. So let's make that happen next. Inside of here, we're going to also have to do the e.prevent default to prevent the reload behavior of the browser. We're working with Next.js. It should feel like a native app, no reloads whatsoever. Then here, we can start the is submitting process because we have started to submit it. And then we can open up a new try and catch block. If the type is triple equal to create, in that case, we can start creating the project by calling the create new project action. So let's go to lib actions, and then right here below create user, we're going to create export const create new project. That's going to be an async function that's going to accept a form of a type project form. This is a type which we can import from common types at the top right here. And then what we can do is also get the second thing, which is the creator ID. We need to know who is the person that created it. And the third thing, which is the token, to know that that user can actually create that project. And then we need to upload the image to Cloudinary. To do that, we can say const image URL is equal to await upload image, and we're going to pass the form.image into it. But clearly you can see that upload image is not defined. So right here above create new project, we can export const upload image, which is going to be an async function that's going to get an image path, which is a string, as its first and only parameter. And then we're going to have a try and catch block. Of course, we need to turn this into an arrow function first. From here, we're going to write const response, and we'll try to make a request to our own backend. So we can say fetch, and we want to go to /server URL /API /upload. And we can then pass some additional options into it. But before we do that, let's actually create this backend endpoint through which we're going to upload images to Cloudinary. To do that, we can go right here at the top, go to API, and then create a new folder called upload. Within upload, we can create a single route.ts file. And within it, we can start preparing our post route. To create a route in Next.js, the only thing you have to do is say export async function, choose the type of the route, which is in this case a post, and then specify what is it going to get. It usually always gets a request, which is of a type request. And then you can open a function block. Here, to this function, we're going to pass a path, which is come from await request.json. So this path is just something that we're going to pass right here through the options while making this post request. Then we want to check if a path exists, or rather if it doesn't. So if there's no path, we want to return next response.json and then provide a message, something like image path is required, and we need to provide a status of 400. This is how we do things in Next.js 13. You have this next response, which comes from next server. And then to it, you can provide a message, and you can also provide a status. But the way you form them is in two different objects. First, you have the message, which looks like this. And then you have a status where you can specify the number of that status. And you can form it into a response that looks like this. So this is a new syntax. It's okay. I like it as well. Before it was a bit different, but this makes sense. But if we do have a path, then we want to open a new try and catch block where we have a const options where we can define our options. And our options is an object where we're going to provide some additional information to Cloudinary, something like use_filename, which is going to be set to true. Also, unique file name set to false. Override set to true. And transformation. So here you can transform the image before you upload it. For example, we can specify that the width will be 1000 pixels and a height of 752 pixels and a crop equal to scale. This allows you to keep your images small and scaled exactly how you want them for your specific application. Finally, we have to create an instance of Cloudinary. To do that, we can import v2 as Cloudinary coming from Cloudinary. And then we can run cloudinary.config, to which we have to pass a couple of things, such as cloud name, as well as an API key, as well as an API secret. And of course, we're going to get all of these things by logging into Cloudinary. So if you go to cloudinary.com, you'll see that it is one of the most powerful image and video APIs. And you can go to the top and click sign up or log in. Once you log in, you should immediately be greeted with all the variables that we need. So simply press copy, go here and paste them right there. Oh, the entire config has already been created for us. This is great. This is all that we needed. So what we can do now is we can store these into environment variables so we don't expose them to the web. So let's go to our env and let's go down and paste them right here. Of course, we need to format them. So that's going to look something like cloudinary_name is equal to, we don't need string signs here. Then we're going to have a cloudinary_key, which is going to be equal to this key right here. And finally, we have the cloudinary_secret is equal to, and then we have this secret right here. Of course, for you, it's going to be different. Now, you might have noticed that for some variables, we add a prefix of next public, and for some, like Google Client or Cloudinary, we don't. Do you know what's the difference? Well, the envs with next public will be accessible to the client-side application, and the ones that don't have next public are going to be available only from your server endpoints. And since we're calling this only from the server, as well as the Cloudinary, we don't need to add next public. Great. So now instead of these values, we can just use environment variables by saying process.env.cloudinary name, and we can keep it going. We can duplicate the process env. This is going to be Cloudinary key, and then finally we can have Cloudinary secret. Great. So now we have our own instance of Cloudinary, and we can use it alongside these options to upload the images to the server by saying const result is equal to await cloudinary.uploader.upload, and we have to pass a path and the options. And then we can return the next response, next.json, where we have a result as the first parameter, not within an object, and then we can have an object of status 200. And then if we have an error, we can simply duplicate this, say message is simply an error, and status is going to be something like 500 server error, or you can do something like cannot upload, cannot create, or anything like that. But now we're successfully uploading images to Cloudinary, which means that we can go back to our upload image and we can finalize the call to this API upload endpoint that we created. Obviously, the method is going to be post. Body is going to be json.stringify, where we pass a path, which is equal to image path. And this is it. Finally, we have to just return response.json, which is going to contain the published URL of our image on Cloudinary's servers. And here we can just throw the error. Great. And now back to the create new project. Now we have this published image URL and we can actually utilize it. We can make a check to see if image URL, that URL exists. If it does, then we can make a request or return the output of the request to make GraphQL request by passing the create project mutation. We haven't created it yet, and the variables, which we also haven't created yet. So now we can go back to our GraphQL mutations and queries, by going to GraphQL index.ts. And in here, we added the two ones for the users. But in the description down below, in that same GitHub gist, you'll be able to copy and paste the entire file for all mutations. I explained it to you how it works before, and I told you that you can go to the Pathfinder to create them there, even simpler. So now just to simplify our process, we're gonna just paste them, and then I can explain each one here. So as you can see, we're doing a mutation, create project, where we have an input, everything that we need to create our project, and then we create it, and finally just return the created project. So now we can go back and import this create project mutation, and we have to form the variables we want to pass to it. So to do that, we can say const variables is equal to an input where we first want to spread the entire form. We want to append the image to it, which is equal to image URL.url. And then most importantly, we want to say created by, and we want to link it. So we say link to the creator ID. So now with all the data from the form paired with the image to the uploaded image to Cloudinary servers, paired with the creator ID from the session, we have everything we need to create a project. Besides one thing, we don't have the permissions to upload it. Because who's going to say this user truly is logged in? How can we say that just based on this creator ID? We cannot. Somebody else can just go to the specific profile, copy the ID, and make a false request. But thankfully, our app is ultra secure. So we need to add an additional header. Client.setHeader authorization. And here we can pass the bearer token like so. And this token we're passing from here. So later on, when calling this create new project function, we can pass the token as one of the parameters. We don't have the functionality to fetch the token just yet, but we're going to do it soon because we're done with this create new project action. So we can go all the way back to the project form, and here we can make a call to this action simply by saying await create new project, which is coming from @/lib/actions, to which we need to pass a form. We have to pass a session !user !id, and then we have to pass a token as well. Great. So let's figure out how to get access to this token right here. Well, to do that, we're going to create a new function, const token is equal to await fetch token. So what is this going to be, and where are we going to put it? That fetch token is yet another action. So we're going to create it right here above the upload image by saying export const fetch token is equal to async function with a try and catch block where we want to get a response by making a request to, bear with me, fetch. And now we want to target our own endpoint by going to server URL /API/token. Or no, it's going to be auth /token. This is where Next.auth automatically publishes your token by default. And then once we get it, we simply want to say return response.json, or we want to throw an error. I know we've done a lot of stuff, but bear with me. Step by step, we're going to make it. So we can look into this. I think just by Googling it, it should already give us some information about API auth token if we search for Next.auth. And you can see that Next.auth exposes a REST API that is used by Next client, and then you can see this endpoint right here. So yeah, this is how we get the token using Next.auth. Now we can go back. We can turn this function into an async function. Rather, the handle form submit needs to be turned into an async function. And we can import fetch token from lib actions. So now we have the token where we're passing all of this data to create new project. And once, or if we successfully create this project. Then we want to route us back to the home page. So now we can also define the router at the top of the component by saying const router is equal to use router. Use router is of course coming from next/router. And then we can say router.push/ to go to the home to be able to see our post. Then if we have an error, we can say something like console.log error. This is going to be enough. And then we can have a finally. So this happens either way. And here we can set is submitting to false to stop the loading. Great. Now you can see that the next router was not mounted. This is the use router, and we use the client hook right here. So let's figure out why that is the case. It looks like I made a mistake. This is supposed to come from Next navigation. They keep changing that stuff. So yeah, just so you know, use router comes from Next navigation. So I think we now have everything we need to create a project. And I know we spent a lot of work on this, but I want to let you know the majority of this project form, if not even its entirety, is going to be reused to create the edit project functionality. So hopefully that makes you feel a bit better. Great. Let's go ahead and test it out by creating a new poster here for the project. I'm going to do this finance app. Let's call it finance. Finance description. We can do https://finance.com. Duplicate that here and select a front-end category. And I want to open up the inspect element to see if something's going to go wrong alongside the network tab. And we can also open up the tab here to see if we have any console logs or errors. And let's click create. We can see the token. And unfortunately, we got a 400 for the token immediately. This action with HTTP GET is not supported by Next Auth. So let's see how we have been trying to fetch that token. If we go to the fetch token function, we can see await fetch server URL /API/auth/token. And when I said it is automatically exposed by Next Auth, it's not fully. We have some of the functions, but we still have to create that endpoint right here. So going back to the app, API, we can create a new folder within auth called token with a new route.ts right here. And it's going to be a simple one, don't worry. So we can say import get token coming from next-auth/JWT. We can also import the next request as well as the next response coming from next server. These are just some types. We can define our secret by saying const secret is equal to process.env.nextAuth secret. Remember, we created this before. And we can export async function get, where the request is of a type next request. And there we can get the token by saying await get token, and we pass in inside of curly braces the request, the secret, and the raw is set to true. There we go. And finally, we can return a next response with a JSON where the token is right here within the object and status is 200. So now if we go back and if we try to recreate this, I think we won't be able to because it says creating right here now. So we'll need to reload and then add all of these parameters one more time, but that's not a problem. Let's do that right away. Again, I'm going to type finance.com for all of these, and I'm going to choose a front end, and I'm going to clean the network tab and the console tab. So let's click create. The token went through. The upload to Cloudinary hopefully goes through. No, we got a 404 on upload on Cloudinary. Interesting. And we did get a path to the image as the payload that we're sending over with it. But we've been trying to make a request to localhost 3000 API upload post, which wasn't found. So let's see if indeed it is there. API, upload, and then a post route. So it is here. It's weird how it wasn't able to find it. Localhost 3000, API, upload. Yeah, it seems good. And maybe here we have some issues. Let's see. I'm not sure if this is related at this point, so we can just look into the error we have here. Essentially, it's having trouble finding this route to the upload. One way in which we can test it, if it's recognizing it, by exporting async function get, and then in there, simply returning something like return next response, and we can return a 200, and we can also return something like hello from upload. That way, if we go to this URL in the browser, it should allow us to check it out. And as you can see, it doesn't seem to be there, so we're definitely doing a mistake when it comes to the routing of this backend endpoint. Sometimes Next.js just forgets that we added new routes, so it might be possible that we need to delete the .next folder and then just rerun the application to see if that's gonna work. Let's give it a shot. I'm gonna stop it from running, delete the next folder. Yep, and then I'm just gonna rerun it after doing so. Again, it's a wild guess, but while developing this application, we encountered on a couple of these errors. So these are the types of tips that I told you I was going to give you in this video. So let's try to reload the page and see if we're going to get this hello from upload once it reloads. If we do, it means we're doing everything good and Next.js is to blame. If not, we're definitely calling this route from the wrong place or in the wrong time. And it looks like we do get a 404. So yeah, I should be careful of what I say. So one more time, let's try to reassess the situation. That's why we're here. Let's see where the error originated. Right now, we're trying to get an API route by going to localhost 3000 /API, and then we go into /upload and just get the get route out of it to be able to see something. But that is not working. So let's try to go to console or network, and we can see a 404 here. It cannot find that route. In the terminal here, let's see what's happening. I don't see any special errors or anything really breaking. So for now, let's try to revisit what we tried to do before. I'm going to remove this get. I'm going to close all the files for that matter to have a clean working environment. And I'm going to go to where we were, which is the project form. Inside of here, we were trying to fetch the token. So we go into the fetch token, and this makes a request to API auth token. Let's try to revisit the creation one more time. I'm going to click create. The token did go through, I forgot that, and then we got a 404 on upload. So this is a post route on localhost 3000 API upload, and we got an error on project form line 35. So this is why it's important to have both the network tab and the console open. So on 35, this is just the console log, yes, because this thing broke. But the upload is what actually broke it, which is right here on line 59 of create new project. So if we go into it, it's actually this, because we're trying to access server URL, which is localhost, /API, which is here, /upload, and we're making a post request to it. So we have to go to app, API, upload, route, and then look into this post route right here. It's saying we have 400, but that shouldn't be the case because we do have a post route under this specific route, and we are actually returning the next response with a status of 200. And after doing some light debugging, I tried to log in again because I got logged out, and now I cannot even sign in. What's happening? Let's try to figure it out together. Hopefully this didn't happen to you as well, but if it did, we're here to resolve it. So we don't have almost any data here. We don't have any data there. We do have some data here in the console saying that LinkedIn URL on type user was meant to be LinkedIn URL with a capital I here. So let's search for LinkedIn URL, even though we've done that already. So we have length in URL. And when you defined it, it had a capital I right here. And all the other cases, we defined it as lowercase I. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just switch it right here where we defined it with a lowercase I. That way, it's going to be the same in the user type, in the Grafbase config, as well as in all the queries. Believe it or not, one little detail like this can mess it up, but thankfully, we can see the console and the errors. So now, if we go back to localhost 3000, and we try to log in once again, we are logged in, and we can try to share our work, hopefully for one last time. So once again, I'm going to select a project. I'm going to type the title, description, the URLs, and the category, and I'm going to click Create. And we're back to where we started, where the upload unfortunately isn't being picked up by Next.js. In here, do we get anything useful? We see detected multiple re-renders currently rendering the same context provider. This is currently unsupported. And the same thing happened a couple of times. So let's try to track the errors. We have 2 points of information right here. The unrecognized post route is the first one, and then this syntax error, unexpected doc type in project form 35, all of which we have already seen. So let's go to the project form, and here we're trying to call this, and we have this error, right? Line 35. So that definitely means that this one breaks. The token succeeded because we can see it right here. We have it successfully, fetch token. And the create project almost succeeded, but the upload was the one that broke things. When developing this application, I just remembered that in the next config right here, I also added below the images the experimental. And then within experimental, I added server components external packages and set that to be an array of Cloudinary as well as GraphQL request. And if you hover over it, it's going to say that this is a list of packages that should be treated as external in the RSC server build. And you can find more information here. But now if we save this, I think it's automatically going to reload the application because of the changes, and it's going to restart the server. So now, if we try to reload the page, or rather restart the server one more time, ensure we're signed in, and then try to create a project for hopefully one last time. I'm going to stop saying that now. And then I'll just type in right here, finance.com, and paste it multiple times. Clear this and click Create. And it succeeded this time. GraphQL succeeded and we are done. So it indeed was just this little thing that it needed to treat it as an external package in the build. And if you go to the API docs, you can find more information about it here. Dependencies used inside server components and route handlers will be automatically bundled by Next.js. If a dependency is using Node.js specific features, you can choose to opt out of specific dependencies from the server components by bundling the use of native Node.js require. And Node.js includes a short list of popular packages, but maybe Cloudinary is not there and it needs to be there as well. So it was this little detail that maybe was really, really hard to find. But as I said, I went through the pain to be able to show you how all of this works. So the post was created. I mean, we don't know, right? So how can we know? Well, we can know by opening Grafbase right here and then going to the URL, which is the pathfinder right here. So if we open it and go to project collection, select arguments of last, 10 is okay, and then try to get edges, node, and we can do the title and the description, and click project collection. You can see that we have one project right here successfully created, and we can see all of that within Grafbase. This is great. And finally, the create functionalities are now fully working, which means that we can close all of these files and go back to the home page and finally start rendering out those posts on the home page. Great work. To get started displaying the posts, we can finally go back to the place where it all started, our homepage, page.tsx. And inside of here, you can see that we have posts. So yes, let's fetch them and then display them. To start fetching the posts, we'll have to create a new action called fetch all posts, of course, coming from lib and then actions. Right here below create new project, we can export const fetch all projects. This is going to be an async function that's going to look like this. We're going to pass two different things in. The category, which is going to be optional or of a type string, and the end cursor. This is going to allow us to know on which page are we on, and this is also going to be of a type string. Great. Once we're inside of here, we also need to immediately set up the XAPI key to be able to make a request like we did with this one. So we can copy this client.set header and we can just put it right here. Then to fetch all posts, it is as simple as returning the output of make GraphQL request, where we make a request to projects query and we pass in the variables, which is going to be the category as well as the end cursor. And we can import the projects query from GraphQL. So now if we go back to the page, we can actually import the fetch all projects coming from add/lib/actions. And we can use it by saying const data is equal to await fetch all projects. And for now, we don't have to pass anything in it. It's enough that we call it. And we can say as projects search. So this is a special type that we're going to create right here on top of our home. So we always know what kind of data are we getting back from fetch all projects. So we can say type project search is equal to an object where we have the project search. This is coming back from Grafbase. We're going to have edges inside of it, which is going to contain a node. And our node is exactly our project interface coming from common types. So our node actually is one instance of our project, and we're going to get an array of the projects. On top of that, on top of the edges, or rather next to the edges, we're going to also get some page information, such as, do we have a previous page? That's going to be a Boolean. Do we have a next page? That's going to be a Boolean. Also the start cursor, meaning on which page are we on right now, and the end cursor as well. So this is great. Now we can define that type project search. We have to import the project interface as well. And we have to fix this typo right here as it is project search. We're also using await, so we have to turn our home into an async function. Great. And finally, we're getting back some data from here. So we already know how that data is going to look like because we have the structure. The data is going to contain the projects, but to get to those projects to display, we'll have to do data ?project search and then ?edges or just an empty array. So these edges contain the nodes which are considered projects. So we can make a check and see if projects to display dot length is equal to 0, then we can return a section that's going to have a class name equal to flex start, flex-call, and paddings. And inside of there, we're going to return the categories. But we're going to also return a p tag that's going to say no projects found. Go create some first. And we can also give a class name to this p tag equal to no result text and text-center. If we save this, we shouldn't be able to see it because we already have one post. So now is the time that we loop over those projects to display instead of just simply saying posts. And to do that, we're going to create a new section. And this section is going to have a class name equal to projects-grid. And inside of there, we can map over projects to display dot map, where we can destructure an individual node, and we can specify the type of that node to be equal to project interface. We already know that that's our project. Finally, we have to open up the function and then immediately return something. And that something is going to be a project card self-closing component. And of course, our project card is not defined. So let's go ahead and define it immediately by going to components and create a project card.tsx. Inside of there, we can run rafce and then immediately import the project card within the page, and we should be able to see something. What do you think we're going to see? Well, of course, we're going to see one project card because there's one project. Although we're not showing any data right now, we can pass it into that project card. We're going to pass a key equal to something like node?.id. We can pass an ID as well, equal to node ID. We can pass an image equal to node image. We can pass a title equal to node?.title. We can pass a name equal to node?.created_by?.name. This is the creator. We can pass the avatar URL of the creator, which is going to be node?.created_by?.avatar URL. And then finally the user ID. So we can say user ID is equal to node?.created by?.id. This is great, and I can see it's complaining about the ID. Yes, because we haven't yet defined the type of props we want to pass into it. So now we can move into the project card and define all of the props that it's going to accept. So we can do that right here at the top by saying type props is equal to, we can pass an ID, an image, a title, a name, an avatar URL, and the user ID, all of which are going to be strings. Now we can get them by saying ID, image, title, name, avatar, URL, and user ID. And these are going to be of a type props, of course. Now we can start creating the structure of our project. So that's going to be exciting. We spent a lot of time setting up the backend and creating the possibility to log in and to create projects. And now we'll be able to soon see something that looks like this. A bunch of pretty cool projects that other people have developed. So let's do that right away. Here within the div, we're going to give it a class name equal to flex center. We're going to also give it a flex-call and rounded-2xl, as well as a drop-shadow-card. This is going to make it seem like it's floating above other things. Immediately within the div, we're going to have a link component. And that link is going to have an href property equal to /project/ID. So if we click it, we want to get to the project details page. We can also give it a class name equal to flex center group relative w-full and h-full. And inside of there, we're going to show our project image. So that's going to be a self-closing image tag with a source equal to image. And I just noticed I misspelled the title here, so I'm going to fix that. And we have to import the link from next link, as well as import the image from next image. The width is going to be about 414 pixels, and height is going to be set to 314. I found those values to work the best. We can also give it a class name equal to w-full, h-full, object-cover to remain its aspect ratio, and rounded-2xl. Finally, we can give it an alt tag equal to project image. If we now save this, we should already see our great looking image, or instead of that, another Next.js error. This is a simple one to fix though. We simply need to add res.cloudinary.com under our approved image handlers. So if we go to next.config.js, under domains, we can add rest.cloudinary.com and allow it to display images from that source. As soon as we do that and reload, we should be able to see our great looking image. And it looks like our app broke after changing the config. So we're gonna rerun it. That's not a problem. And then we can re-render the Next.js app. Little quirks and gotchas like these are okay as long as you get a phenomenal looking end product that is incredibly fast and efficient as it is with Next.js server-side rendering. So we definitely want to get the benefits. So we gotta be okay with an occasional break and an occasional quirk and feature. And there we go. We can see our great looking image. Immediately below the image, we can render a div that's going to have a p tag inside of which we can have a title. So immediately this is going to be finance.com, maybe not the best title. And let's style it a bit by giving this div a class name equal to hidden, group-hover, and then flex, and a profile_card-title. And to this p tag, we can give a class name of w-full. Now, if we save it, it should go within the image, and this is looking much, much better right now. Still, we want to provide some more information about the person that created this post. So we're going to go below the link and create a new div that's going to have a class name equal to flex between, w-full, px of 2 for padding horizontal, and margin top or mt of 3. Font-semi-bold, and text-sm for small. Within this div, we're going to create a link tag that's going to have an href property pointing to /profile/user ID, like so. So if you click the image, you're going to go to the project details, but if you click the name of the person who created it, you're going to go to the profile details. And within here, we can render our avatar URL within a div. So we can render an image. And this image is going to have a source equal to avatar URL, a width of 24, a height of 24 as well, a class name of rounded full, and an alt of profile image. If we save it, we should be able to see it right here. There we go. And this div can have a class name equal to flex center and gap-2. This is going to divide it from what's yet to come. So below this link, now pointing to profile, as a matter of fact, we can pull this a bit right here so we can see what we're editing. Below this link, we're going to have a div for some additional information. It's going to have a class name equal to flex center and gap-3. And within it, we want to have a div that's going to have a class name equal to flex center and a gap of 2. And there we can render an image that's going to have a source equal to /hearth.svg. I think it's a bit misspelled here, but that's not a problem. And then we can do a width of 13 and a height of 12, I think is what works the best, and an alt tag of heart. Below it, we can render the number of likes. So maybe something like, let's do 525 likes, and a class name equal to text-sm. If we save it, you can see a number of likes, and we're going to duplicate this div right below, and we'll render the i.svg, I right here, and we can render something like 5.2k, and these are going to be the number of views. So we have the likes and the views. For now, these are static, but of course, if you want to improve this application, you can implement the commenting, liking, and viewing functionality. That would be pretty cool. Of course, below our profile, we also want to show a p tag right here below the image of the name of the person that created the post. That's what's missing. So if we add it here, this is looking just a bit better. And also one cool thing that I've done is I've just asked ChatGPT before to generate random values for the views and the likes. So it generated something that looks like this, where we have two use states, which we can import, and a use effect. And there it's simply called random likes, random views, which is set to 0 and an empty string at the start. Feel free to copy this out. And then within a use effect at the start, it sets a random likes to a specific number. For example, mad.floor, mad.random times 10,000. And then for the views, it divides it by 1,000 and adds the k as 1k, 2k, 3k, and so on, and then provides a random number. So feel free to copy this out, and then you can use the random likes right here, as well as random views at the bottom, just to make the app a bit more dynamic until we don't have the real data. And if you do this, and if you import the use state properly from React, as I thought was the case, we need to turn this into a use client component because we're using states. So we can simply say use client at the top. And then you can see some random numbers right here, which is looking great. Of course, now that the project card is done, we can go in one of the two ways. We can implement more of what we can see on the screen here, such as the categories, or maybe more interesting part would be to implement the project details page, because right now, once we click it, we can see a 404. So to start implementing it, we can create a new page. That's gonna be within app, one folder called project, and then within the project, another folder called in square brackets ID. And then within the ID folder, the page.tsx, which is going to be the project details page. So we can run refce inside of there, reload the page, and hopefully we're gonna see a page. But now is our job to turn that page into a comprehensive project details section. To get started with this page, we first have to get access to our data. So let's rename the page to project, and let's try to figure out how can we get the data from Grafbase into this page. Well, you already know the structure, right? It's going to be creating actions to Grafbase and GraphQL to fetch that data. So what we can do is first, we need to say const session is equal to await get current user. Thankfully, we already have a function that does that. It's defined in the add/lib/session. And we can call that as a function. And we can also turn the project into an async page. Once we have the session, we can create a new action. Right here below the old one, we can create an export const get project details, which is going to get an ID, which is going to be a string. And there we can do something similar to what we did for just getting a project. That's going to be here, get user. That works as well. We can copy this, paste it right here below. We need to set the X API key, and then we can make a request to get project by ID query. And we can pass the ID as the first and only parameter within our variables object. And we can, of course, import the get projects by ID query from add/GraphQL. You see how easy it is to add new ones once you have the structure put in place. So now going back to here, we can say const result is equal to await get project details when we pass ID, and we can say as project question mark, because we won't have it initially, is going to be of a type project interface, like so. And we can then import the get project details from the lib actions. And of course, the ID, we have to get it from somewhere. So where's it gonna come from? Well, it's gonna come from the params of the page. Notice it, we have it here, project and then the project ID. So the way you get to that in Next.js 13 is through params. You destructure params, and you can destructure the ID from params. And we can also specify the types. So params, and then inside of it, we have an ID, which is a string, like so. The project interface, we also have to import from add/common types. Great. So now, hopefully, we have a result. We can make a check for that result. If no, result ? .project. In that case, we can return a p tag saying something like failed to fetch project information. But hopefully we won't see that. We're going to see a page, which means we're good. So let's simply console log. What do we have here? Console.log result ? .project. And now if we go to inspect and console, we should be able to see nothing. This is the important part. We see nothing. Think fast. Why do we see nothing here? Because it's rendered on the server side. There's no use client directive, which means that we don't have to render it here. Rather, we're getting the data here in the terminal. So you can see the project, the title, description, image, live site URL, category, and even all the information of who created that page. That's great. So this is the most important part. We have all the data about a project right here in the result.project. And now the last part is to code something that looks like this, where we have a modal that we already had before, a simple header on the top, rendering an image, some short description with the links, and then we're going to develop this special more by section where we can show other projects by this user. So the majority of this code is nothing special. It's just taking all the data that we got right here and then displaying it on the screen in a nice manner. So if you want to, I want to give you a challenge right now. Take a step back and try to develop this. Try to use this data, use Tailwind CSS properties, and try to put a design like this in place with the links to the GitHub, live URL, image, category, and all that good stuff. You don't have to do this part yet where we show other projects, just this part where you lay out the data. If you want to do that, pause the video and do it right now. If not, or in any other case, down below in the description in the GitHub gist, there's going to be the finished page.tsx file. So we can simply override what we have right now and paste it here. You're going to notice there's going to be a couple of things that we don't yet have access to, such as a couple of components like project actions or related projects. So for now, we can simply comment those out. Let's see. Project actions right here. I'm going to comment it out. You don't have to. We're going to fix it soon. And then related projects. So if I comment these two out, and if I comment out their imports, you can see what we have. Exactly what I told you we're going to have. The intro, we're going to have the category link, the link to the profile, the page, the links, description. But now we're going to implement the project actions, which allow you to edit or delete the post and related projects together. So yes, please do comment out this part, line 53 to 57, and also part at the end, because now we're going to slowly start implementing these features one by one, and that's what really matters. Let's start with related projects first. We can uncomment it. We're passing to it the user ID and the project ID, and we have to create the related projects component. So right here inside of the components, let's create a related projects.tsx and run refce. If we do that and bring back the import at the top, we should be able to see them right here. Yep, but now they're just a simple component. So how do we proceed with building those related projects? Well, let's dive into the related projects component and let's implement it together. To get started with the related projects, we can immediately accept some props that we're passing into here, such as user ID and project ID. So let's first create the type of props is equal to user ID, which is a string, and a project ID, which is a string as well. I think at this point, you can already start noticing many of these patterns that we often do when creating these applications. So we can destructure those props, user ID and project ID, and that's gonna be equal to props. And I just wanted to take a moment and let you know that web development and everything in life in general is just pattern recognition. The more work you do, the more you're gonna start noticing patterns in that work. And the more patterns you notice, you'll be able to improve yourself in those patterns and then learn much faster. Because every new project is not going to be a new project. It's going to be in one way or another similar to another project you've done. And that's powerful. That's actually one of the concepts we teach in the masterclass. We teach you how to create a couple of apps with all of the best practices, mentor help, and PR reviews. And then you can go ahead and become a software engineer on your own, because in a couple of years, when you need to build any kind of application, you're going to have the foundations down. You'll just have to reference to what you've already done. I just wanted to put that out there. But with that said, even while watching this video, you're learning immensely and improving your skills. So now that we have this user ID, we can use it to get all of the projects that belong to that specific user. And to be able to do that, we can create a new action. So within actions, we can duplicate get project details. And instead of that, we're going to get user projects. So here we can say get user projects. We're going to get the ID. We're going to also pass something known as last question mark. So how many of these do we want to get? That's going to be a number. We get the API key, and then we get projects by of users query. And this, of course, has to be imported from GraphQL. Also, we have to pass the ID and the last into this function. Then, in related projects, as you already know, we can say const result is equal to await get user projects from lib actions, pass in the user ID, give it an as property, user question mark is of a type user profile, which is coming from, of course, our common types. And we can also make this an asynchronous function because we're using await inside of it. So now that we have that result and we know how a user profile looks like, we know that it contains these things. One of these things is projects, edges, and then node. So we already know we have to dive deeper to get those projects. So we can say const filtered projects is equal to result question mark dot user question mark dot projects question mark dot edges. And then we want to filter them out. So we want to say question mark dot filter. We want to grab an individual node by destructuring it like this. Say that the node is of a type project interface, which is also coming from common types. So we can get the project interface right here. And of course, it's not a component. It's just a regular type. So project interface. And now we have to close this, of course. So we have to return all projects that belong to this user besides the project we're currently looking at. And we can do that by saying node question mark dot ID is not equal to project ID. Okay? So we surely have some typos here and errors. So let's fix those together. We have a dot filter method right here where we get a node, and it says right here cannot find node on projects. Did you mean node? I don't think so. It should be a lowercase one. We need to close this function right here. That's what I missed. And then we return a node. I think we're a bit better now. Yep, I think this is good now. So now we have the filtered projects, and we can say if filtered projects question mark dot length is 0, we simply return null. And I hope you get what we were doing here. We were just getting all of the projects that belong to a specific user but then we want to filter out the one we're currently on because we don't want to show it 2 times. So if we do this, we're looking good. And now we can start with the section to show all of these projects. So to do that, we can create a new section, give it a class name equal to flex, flex-call, margin top of 32, and w-full. Within, we can create a div that's going to have a class name equal to flex between, and a p tag that's going to say more by result, question mark dot user, question mark dot name. So we want to see more by, in this case, I think it's going to be JavaScript mastery. Of course, this p tag can have a class name equal to text-base and font-bold. And below that, we can also show a link tag that's going to have an href equal to /profile / result, question mark dot user, question mark dot ID, and a class name equal to text-primary-purple, and then text-base. And inside of there, we can say view all. So all the projects that belong to that specific user. And now we can import the link from next link with 1K, of course. Let's see if it got imported. There we go. And if we save this and reload, we cannot see anything yet. So it seems like it's not getting the filtered projects. Let's simply console log them right here. So console.log filtered projects. And this is also on the server side. So it's going to appear right here. And it looks like it's an empty array. It does seem like my JWT expired. So let me see if that indeed is the case. Yep, we have our Google right here. And while we're here, let's also fix that Google button. So if it didn't log you out, you can just log out manually. And we can go back to the Navbar to make this button within auth providers look just a bit better. So here, instead of rendering a regular button, we can render a button component that you can import from /button, pass it a key, pass it a handle click property, and then we can also make it self-closing, like so, remove the provider ID inside of there, and then simply give it a title equal to sign in. If you now save this, this looks much better. I'm going to sign in again, and I'm going to visit this project one more time. And we still cannot see anything below JavaScript mastery. So if we open up the terminal, we can still see just an empty array. So there must be something wrong with the way in which we're fetching the related projects. Let's see what that is about. Get user projects, where we pass a user ID, and then we say result, user, projects, edges. We filter out the node where node.id is not equal to project ID. This is looking good. So let's see if the get user projects is looking good. There, we accept the ID and a last property. We set the client header, and then return a GraphQL request, get projects of user query. And we pass in the ID and the last. Yep, this is looking good to me as well. So we should be seeing a post. But hey, I think I'm stupid here. We cannot see any other posts because this is the only one that we have created. So what we can do is we can create yet another post from the JavaScript Mastery account to be able to see it on the homepage. So in this case, we're going to do this medical application. We can type medical app description, and then http://medical.com. And we're going to put it as a backend. So later on, we can check the categories. Let's see if the create is still working. We are hopefully navigated to the homepage. And we can see the second post. And now if we go back to the original one, we still cannot see anything. If we go to a new one, yep, there we go. Now we can see more by JavaScript mastery and view all. And if we reload the page, it could show here as well. Yep, there we go. More by JavaScript mastery, view all. So this is good. That means that we actually have the project in place and that now we can continue to actually show those other projects. So below this div containing the link, we can create another div that's going to have a class name equal to related underscore projects dash grid. And here we can simply go over the filter projects, question mark dot map to map over them, where we get a node, which is a project, and it is of a type. Node is a project interface. And there we simply return a function that's going to return one project. And this is going to be really similar to a project card. So we're going to have a div that's going to have a class name equal to flex center, related underscore project dash card, drop dash shadow dash card. Within it, we can have a link. And this link is going to have an href property pointing to the project details. So / project and then node question mark dot ID of that project. And it's going to have a class name equal to flex center group relative w-full and h-full as well. Within it, we of course need to render the image of that project. So that's going to be source is node question mark dot image, and width is going to be 414 pixels, and height is going to be 314 pixels. The class name is going to be w-full for full width, h-full for full height, object-cover, rounded-2xl, and finally the alt tag of project image. If we now save this, of course, after we import image from next image, we should be able to see one related project. Yep, here it is. We can also provide a title of that project, and that's going to be right below the image by saying div, class name, usually hidden, but on group hover, like this, we want to make it a flex. And it's going to have a style or class of related project card underscore title, like this. Within there, we can render a p tag with a class name equal to w-full, and it can simply render the node question mark dot title, like so. If we do that, and if we hover over it, we can see medical app, and we'll be able to see all the other projects created by this user right here. Isn't that cool? And that brings us almost to the end of the project details page. But let's not forget one thing, and that is the ability to edit and delete this project. As an owner, you should be able to do that. So that's going to be hidden within the section that only the user that created it can see. Everybody else will be able to see this. But if we are currently the logged in user that created this, then we'll have access to this component called project actions. So let's move on to the actions next. We can uncomment this part of the code, and we can create this project actions component by going to components and creating a new project actions.tsx. And we can run refce inside of there, go back, and then simply double click, control space, and then import. Now, if we save it and go into the component, you can see the project actions on top right, because we are the user that created this post. So what will these actions do? Well, let me show you. We're going to get the project ID through props. So we can say project ID is going to be of a type project ID is string right here. Then inside of it, we can wrap everything in a React fragment and have a link. The first link right here is going to have an href pointing to /edit-project/project ID. So this is a special page which we're going to soon create. It can also have a class name equal to flex center edit-action_btn. And within there, we can render an image that's going to have a source equal to /pencil, or I think here it's misspelled to pencil.svg. And then we can do a width of 15 and height of 15 as well with an alt tag of edit. Now, if we import the link from next link and image from next image, we can save this and you should be able to see an edit icon. In the similar fashion, below the link, we can render the button component. And this button is going to be of a type is equal to button. And we can copy this pencil, paste it within the button, and then just rename it to something like trash. And this is going to be delete. If we save this, you can see a button that's going to render a trash can, or it's white right now, so you cannot see it. So let's apply some styling by giving it a class name equal to, let's make it dynamic, flex center, delete-action_btn, and we can do something like bg-gray. If we now save this, you should be able to see it right here. And we can also create a function at the top called const handle delete project, which is equal to an async function where we want to know, are we currently deleting or not? And for that, we're going to use a use state field that's going to say is deleting. Set is deleting. At the start, set to false. And of course, we need to import the use state from React. And we also need to mark this component as a use client because we're using a state. Then this button can now change the color depending on are we currently deleting or not. So we can say if is deleting, then the button can render BG gray like so. And if we're not deleting, then we can render BG-primary -purple, just like so. And of course, we need to close it properly. So I think that is right here. If we now save it, it's gone. So let me see if I did it right. So if we are deleting, then BG gray, usually this is going to be BG primary purple, like so. There we go. So this is already looking better. And now we have to implement the logic for deletion. It's going to be similar to logic for creation. So at the start, we can say set is deleting to true to trigger that loading state. Then we need to get the token because this is one of the secure actions we have to do. Create, update, and delete. For those, we need to get the token. But now it's easy to get the token by saying await fetch token. And we have this function created within lib actions. So we can simply import it from there. Then we can open a new try and catch block. And we need to create a new action called delete project. So moving back to actions, right below get user project, we can copy this get user project, paste it below, and rename it to delete project. We need to get the ID of the project we're deleting, as well as a token. So we can say token is the second parameter of a type string. Instead of setting the API key, here we need to set the authorization because this is one of the secure actions. And let me see if we're doing that somewhere already. Authorization bearer token. I think we are in the create new project. Yes, so we can copy the set header authorization bearer token and we can paste it right here instead of XAPI key. And then we make a return make GraphQL request to delete project mutation, and we pass just the ID in of which project we want to create. And we can, of course, import this from add/GraphQL. So now if we go back, we can call the await delete project, which is coming from lib actions, and we can pass in the project ID as well as the token. Once we do that, we can define the router right here at the top by saying const router is equal to use router, and we call it as a function. And this is coming from next router. So after we successfully delete, we just routed that push to the home page because the post is deleted. Otherwise, we can simply console.log the error, and we can also add a finally clause where we're going to stop the deletion loading from happening. And the use router is coming from next navigation, not next router. So if I fix this right here, we should be good. And now we can attach the handle delete project to the button by saying on click is going to be equal to handle delete project. That is it. So now let's try to delete one and edit the other. So if I click delete right here, it actually deleted it and redirected us to the home page. Great. Delete is working, but the edit is going to redirect us to the edit page, which we are yet to create. So going back to app, let's create a new folder called edit-project. And then inside of there, we can create a new page.tsx. Believe it or not, this page is going to be incredibly similar to create project. So let's go ahead and copy the entire create project page and paste it into the edit project. We can also rename it right here to edit project. And let's save it. Once you've done that, you can also rename this to edit project. And we can change the type of the project form to edit. Let's save it. Go to the project and let's try to edit it. As you can see, we get a 404 because that's edit project and then the project ID. So I missed one thing. Within the edit project, we're not just creating it. We already know which one are we creating. So we have to create an additional folder to comply with this structure. So we can create a new folder with square brackets and then ID. And then within that folder, we need to put the page. This is going to make our routing work. And you should be able to see a new page, the edit page for our post. And there we go. It says edit, and we have the complete form that we had before, and even the button says edit. But one of the last things we're going to do is we have to populate or pre-populate all of the fields from the edit so that we can immediately edit them so it doesn't feel like we're creating a new one. So let's do that next. To achieve that, we can use one of the actions we've used before by saying const result is equal to await get project details, where we pass in the ID and say we're going to return a project of a type project interface. Now we can import the get project details as well as the project interface, and the ID, where is the ID coming from? Well, it's coming from params right here. So we can get it right here by destructuring params and then destructuring the ID like so. And we can say that that's of a type params that contains the ID that is of a type string. And we have the result. The result contains the project. So we can now pass that over to the project form by saying project is equal to result dot project. And now we can go into the project form and we can accept that project right there by saying project. We can add it to our props right here by saying project. It's sometimes going to be there, and it's going to be of a type project interface. And now we have access to this project. And what do? We simply fill all of the values of our state So we have it here. We can override or hold Alt and then select the end of all of these strings, move before them, and then we can even hold Control and then Shift to copy all of the words, press Control or Command C, move back away, and then type project question mark dot and then paste it, or an empty string. This was a pretty cool little shortcut trick. If you don't manage to do it like this in one try, you can just type it out by hand. But essentially what we're doing is we're saying title is project.title, description is project.description, and so on. And would you look at that? All of the values are automatically filled. We can type them out and hopefully we can edit the project. But now this wouldn't quite yet edit it, because if we go to the submit form, here we're looking at the type of create. So what we need to do instead is we have to say if type is triple equal to edit. Then we want to call another function or another action, of course, that's going to edit it. So we can go to the actions page, we can duplicate the delete and rename it to update project. Like so. We're going to accept a form, which is going to be of a type project form, as well as a project ID, which is going to be of a type string, and then finally a token of a type string. Now, there are a couple of interesting things we have to do here. We're going to set the authorization headers, but we're going to do that later on. First, we have to check if the user has also redeployed their image or they kept the same image as before, because maybe only the title changed. So we need to check if the URL of the image is a base64 string. If it is, then it's a new upload. If it's not, if it contains Cloudinary in there, then it's an old upload. So ChatGPT can come in handy here. We can ask it to generate a JavaScript function to check if a string is a base64 data URL. Something like this. And then we immediately have a regular expression that tests it. Feel free to do that test, and it even shows you how you can call it. I did this test before, and it gave me something like this, where you have is base64 data URL, you pass in the value, you use some regular expression, and test against that value. Based on that, we can know if it is a new image or not. In any case, we're going to create something known as an updated form, inside of which we're going to spread our previous form. Then we can say const is uploading new image is equal to is base64 data URL, and we're going to pass the old image. Then if we are uploading the new image, then we have to do the same thing we did when we were creating it, which is const image URL is equal to await upload image form.image. And we have to make the function async, of course. And the project form of a type here starts with a capital P. So now that we get the image URL, we have to add it to the updated form by saying if image URL.url, updated form is equal to the spread of the form, and then we exchange the image to the new Cloudinary image. Once we've done all of that, we set the headers right here, and we make a request to update project mutation. And we just have to pass the variables. So what are the variables? Well, the variables are going to be equal to the ID, which is the project ID, as well as the input, which contains the entire updated form. That's it. So we pass the update project mutation as well as the variables, just like so. And we have to import the update project mutation from GraphQL. And with that, our edit is done. It's quite similar to create, but we had to make a check whether we are uploading a new image or not. So now in here, instead of the project form, we can say await update project, where we pass in the form the project .ID as well as the token. And we also do router.push to the home page. We of course need to import the update project from lib actions. And we can say project ID as a string so we don't have any TypeScript errors. Now, if we save this, we should be able to test it out. So let's try to change the image. Let's make it this great decorations application. So we can say decorations, decoration description, and we can change this to decorations as well. And we can change the category to frontend. Let's click edit. It is editing, as you can see. And if it succeeds, we can see the updated post on the homepage. Isn't that great? So with that said, we can close all of the currently open files, and let's go ahead and expand our application to admire it in its full glory. As you can see, flexible. It's already starting to look as it should. It has the navigation bar, we see the currently logged in account, we have the footer, and we have our posts. We also have our complete create project modal, inside of which we can upload our images, which are getting to Cloudinary. Let's do this finance landing page. We can do that for the description. We can add the URLs of finance.com here as well. And we can select a category of backend and click create. So this create project is done as well. It should get added to the home. And yep, we can see it right here. Next.js sometimes doesn't automatically add it. We can see the project details of that project. We can see the related projects by JavaScript Mastery. We can click those links and we can even edit the project, which doesn't seem to be working now. And it looks like I cannot edit it because I just got signed out because the token expired, which is good. So this reminds me to showcase that we have also implemented the authentication. So I'm going to sign in real quick. But yeah, now if we go back, we can indeed edit it. We can exit the edit. Everything we developed so far is completely mobile responsive as well. You can see it looks great. And now we are on to our next step, which is implementing the categories and the pagination. But everything is going to be much simpler now because, as you saw, we keep reusing the great functionalities that we keep creating. That is the ability to create scalable applications. These cards are reused. These are almost really similar to the ones we have on the homepage. The modal is reused a couple of times. So this is how we create applications. And you don't even see it yet, but we also took care of creating all of those environment variables to ensure that once we publish it, it's going to work immediately on the deployed website as well. With that said, we can move to the next step, which is implementing the categories. And we can do that by going to the homepage. And then instead of just categories right here, we can render a categories component. So that's going to look like this, categories. And we can, of course, create that categories component, categories.tsx, RAFCE as always. And now we can import it within the page by double-clicking, control space, and import. And we can go in and we can start implementing the categories. Great job on coming this far in this video. Implementing categories is maybe going to be one of the most simple but most interesting things that we're going to do today. It is going to be a use client component, but still we're going to use and leverage a lot of Next.js's built-in functionalities. Let me show you what I mean. We're going to utilize use path name. We're going to use the use router as well as the use search params. And that's going to come from next/navigation. Now, in the categories, we have to, of course, get the categories so we can import the categories or the category filters from add/constants. That is just an array list of all of the categories that we have. Then we can define all of the hooks we took above, such as the const router is equal to use router, const path name is equal to use path name, and const search params is equal to use search params. Then we can create a div, and within that div, we can render a class name equal to flex between, w-full, gap-5, and flex-wrap. Inside of there, we're going to have a UL, an unordered list, that's going to have a class name equal to flex, gap-2, and overflow-auto. Finally, we're going to render dynamically category filters.map, where we're going to get each individual filter, and then we're going to immediately return a button for each one of these. A button is going to have a key equal to filter, a type equal to button. It's also going to have an onClick equal to a function that's going to be called handle tags, to which we're going to pass the filter. So we can immediately define that function. Const handle tags is equal to a function that accepts a filter, which is a string. And finally, we have to give it a class name where we can do it dynamically. So if the category is triple equal to the filter, meaning if it's the currently selected one, in that case, we can render the bg-light-white-300 and font-medium. Else, we can render the font-normal within a string, of course. And then finally, outside of that, we can give it px4 for padding x, py3 for padding vertical, rounded-lg, capitalize, and white space no wrap. And within it, we can render a filter. And for now, we don't have access to this category. What is that? Well, that's the currently selected one. So we need to know which one is currently selected, and we can get it by saying const category is equal to search params dot get, and then we can get the category field. Soon enough, this is going to make a lot of sense. So if we now save this, you'll be able to see a list of all of these great looking categories. And we can even scroll over through all of them with horizontal scroll, or on your device, you can just swipe through it if you have a touch device. This is great. So right now, if we click them, nothing's gonna happen because our handle tags function is not yet doing anything. But let me show you what it will do. We can use the router functionality to push to the current path name, so path name, but then we're gonna embed the category equal to the filter. And now, if we save this, all of this is client-side functionality, right? We're using state, we're accessing the URL, we're changing the URL. But now, if we click on frontend, it actually changes the category, and believe it or not, it actually should work. Or rather, it will really soon. This is it. This is all that we had to do to implement the category picker. But then, on server side, Next.js is automatically going to read the URL, and based on the URL change, we're going to filter out those posts. So this is it for the categories component. We can go back to the page, and inside of here, we can now read that data and pass the appropriate category to the fetch all projects. To do that, right here in the function, we can get search params, and we can destructure the category. And of course, we can set this to be equal to props, and we can define the props above by saying const props is equal to category is optional of a type string, or it can also be of a type null, so we can add it right here. And this is going to be within the search params, so we have to say const search params, and then we can say type props is equal to search params is of a type search params, which is also going to be a type. And now we're good. And I don't think we have to mention null because it is optional right here. Yep. So now we have this category and we can pass this category over to fetch all projects right here as the first parameter. We can go into the fetch all projects. It is already accepting the category and we are already passing it to the projects query. And now if we click backend or click frontend, it's going to immediately work. And all of this is working on the server side because we're just changing the search params. And based on that, it's refetching the proper queries and you can see how fast it is once you actually open them up. It's incredibly fast because this is server side rendered. Great. That's why I said that the categories component is cool, because while it is client and while it is modifying everything, the only thing it's really doing is changing the URL. And then depending on the change of the URL, the server-side components fetches the projects that it needs to fetch. Great. Also, we need to render the categories on the categories that don't have any posts yet. So we can simply turn this into categories right here. And now even on full stack, we'll be able to go back and see where we have some. Of course, the next part is to implement the pagination as well, or the load more functionality. So let's do that next. Of course, first we have to create our load more component, or technically it's a pagination component, but let's call it load more.tsx. And there we can run rafce, and then we can of course import it right here within page at the bottom, load more, and we can self-close it. Now to that component, we have to pass a couple of things. That's going to be the start cursor, which is going to be equal to data $.project search, and then $.page info $.start cursor. This is going to be a link to the starting position. That's how you do pagination in GraphQL. Now that I think about it, we can extract all of these properties from this long URL so we don't have to repeat ourselves. So we can do something like const cursors or pagination is equal to data $.project search .page info. And then we can simply say pagination .start cursor. We can move down and say end cursor as well. And finally, we can do previous page right here, and then next page. Or rather, it's going to be has next page and has previous page. Kind of like Boolean variables to let us know. So let's dive into the load more and make use of all of these variables. To do that, we can say type props is equal to start cursor is a string, end cursor is a string, has previous page is a Boolean, and has next page is a Boolean as well. We can now get all of these props right here by saying start cursor, end cursor, has previous page, and has next page. And that's going to be equal to props. We'll also want to use the router here. So this is going to be a use client component, inside of which we can import our use router, which is coming from next/navigation. And we're going to also use our custom button component coming from /button. And here it's going to be use router, not use route, which we can then define right here by saying const router is equal to use router. Now, how is the pagination going to work? Well, first, we're going to have a div inside of which we're going to wrap two buttons. First, we're going to check if we have access to a previous page. Then we want to render a button that's going to have a title equal to first page and a handle click, which is going to call the handle navigation function and pass in the parameter of first. And then we can duplicate that below and say if has next page, then we can call this and say next, and then we can say next right here. Of course, we are yet to define the const handle navigation, which is going to accept a direction, which is going to be a string, just like so. So now if we save this, we should already see those buttons if we have any. So let's reload the page. And we cannot seem to see anything yet because we are on the home page and we don't have any additional posts. So what we can do is when we fetch the posts, we then fetch all projects, and within the projects query, we can set the limit to first one. That way, we're going to have one post per page, and we should be able to see a next button. Great. Now, let's style this div for our buttons a bit by giving it a class name equal to w-full, flex-center, gap-5, and margin top of 10. That should give it some space. Finally, let's implement the functionality for navigation. I was having some trouble implementing the functionality to go to the previous page, so I implemented the first one, and then we have the next pages as well. So in here, we need to get the access to the current parameters. Where are we right now? Of course, there's nothing there right here, but later on, once we go to the next page, there will be something. So we have to say const current params is equal to new URL search params, and then we pass in the window dot location dot search. Then if direction is next, and if has next page, we want to add an additional parameter. So we want to say current params dot delete start cursor, like this, with a lowercase c, and we want to add the current params dot set end cursor to be equal to end cursor, like this. And now we can do another one by saying else if type or direction is triple equal to first, and we have a previous page, so has previous page. In that case, we can do similar. So we can do current params dot delete end cursor, current params dot set start cursor equal to start cursor. When we reference values, it's going to be capital C, and right here, it's going to be lowercase c for cursor when they're within a string. Great. Now, once we do the navigation, we need to get the new params by saying const new search params is equal to current params dot toString. And then we have to form the path name by saying const new path name is equal to a template string of window dot location dot path name question mark, and then we pass the new search params, and then we navigate to it by saying router dot push new path name. So now if we save this, let me show you how this works. I'm going to click next, and you can see that the end cursor was added. This means that we should have been on the next page, but so far we cannot see that it properly paginated. So let's click next again, and you can see nothing happens. So let's try to reload the page on the second cursor. And again, unfortunately, we don't see any new posts. Let's try one more time. I click next, the cursor gets added, but we don't get redirected. It is possible that Next.js is not dynamically rendering the new content. I've had some issues with that before, so going back to the page, we might want to set up some directives for Next.js to know how to handle this stuff. So we can say export const dynamic is equal to force dynamic. This is going to force that the content gets refreshed when something changes. And we can also export const dynamic params is equal to true. as well as export const revalidate is equal to 0. These are some of the things that you can read more about in the Next docs, but sometimes I found these values to actually fix some of the problems of reloading the new content. In this case, that didn't really do it. It doesn't immediately appear on the homepage. Well, these things fix that. Unfortunately, the issue with pagination is something else, and I think I know what it is. We are changing the params, but we're not reading them right here. We're just reading the category. So let's get the end cursor through params. Let's also add it right here next to the category. End cursor is a string. And now we can pass it as a second prop to fetch all projects right here. End cursor. Now, if we save this and go back to the home page and then click next, still nothing happens. So let's see if fetch all projects is accepting the end cursor, and it looks like it is. So it should make a new request to get another one project by the end cursor variable. Let's see if we're passing it properly. It could be that the query is accepting a uppercase C for the cursor, so that might be worth a shot. Let's see if we switch it right here, end cursor and end cursor. That might do the trick. So now if I save it and go back and click next, there we go. So we go to the next page. But in this case, it doesn't load the first one for some reason. It thinks that it isn't there, even though we do indeed have one page. So I think when we have more posts, this is usually working. Let me show it to you how it works on the deployed application. So right here, we have many posts, the first 8 visible on the home page. And then if I click next, it shows the next posts. And then you can even go further to check out the next ones, and you can go back. So all of this works flawlessly. I'm guessing something with one post is making it not properly recognized that we can go back. So I'm just going to bring this back to 8 once again. And that way, all of them should fit on one screen at this point in time. But later on, once you create more, the pagination will appear. Now we can go back. We can reload the page. We can see both posts. And this is great. So the pagination is now fully working. The categories are working as well. That's great to see. And in the meantime, I got logged out. So let me log in again. And one of the last things that hasn't been implemented is the profile page. So if you click profile right here, or if you go to a specific user's profile, you'll be able to see that it's a 404 right now. We want to show something that looks like this. You have JavaScript mastery, I'm a software engineer. You have your recent work, and then you have more recent work. So it's a pretty simple page, but let's do it together right now. To do it, we can go within app, create a new folder within the app folder called profile, and then within it, a new square brackets ID folder, and finally a page.tsx, and run RAFCE. If we do that and reload, immediately you should be able to see a page appear right there. There we go. It just says page. Now we can start implementing it by renaming this to user profile. We can import a couple of things, such as import get user projects from add lib/actions, or rather add /lib/actions. And we can also set up the necessary props by saying type props is equal to params, where the ID is going to be a string. And this is coming right here if we destructure the params and then set that equal to props. So how are we going to get the related projects for a user? Well, we can say const result is equal to await. We have to turn this into an async. And then get user projects and pass the params.id. We can also pass a limit. This limit can be higher because we want to show all users' posts. So we can do 100. And we can say that this is going to return the result as user, which is of a type user profile. And this is coming from the common types. And believe it or not, we have already implemented the get user projects action when we were doing the similar projects. So this is great. Then we need to check if there is no result, $.user. In that case, we want to simply return a p tag that's going to say failed to fetch user info. And we can also give it a class name equal to no result text. But if we do have our user, then we can return a new component that we're going to create called profile page. And to it, we want to pass a user prop equal to result $.user, just like so. And of course, our profile page doesn't yet exist. So let's create it by going to components and then create a new profile page.tsx and run refce. If we do that and then import it properly, we should be able to see just profile page right here. And here, this should be a result. So I misspelled that, but now it should be good. And there we go. We can see the profile page. And as I showed you before, the profile page is going to be pretty simple. It's just going to be mostly the layout. So in the GitHub gist down below, you can find the updated profile page component and you can simply paste it over here. It's mostly going to be utilizing the components we already have, as well as just some regular layout. So at the end, you should have something that looks like this. Of course, feel free to modify this within your code, JavaScript mastery, software engineer, whatever. Feel free to point these buttons to go somewhere, and then you have your recent work right here. So you can even use this kind of as your own portfolio. And of course, we can fully navigate from here to maybe a category, from category to another post, and then back to the user. So all of this is working perfectly. And of course, this is also completely mobile responsive, so you can see all your work right here. This is great. If I'm not mistaken, we have implemented all of the functionalities of our flexible application, which means that we are ready to deploy it. That's going to be a bit tougher because we have a lot of environments that depend on our application. console.cloud.google.com for auth. We have to push the code to Vercel as well and update many environment variables. But we're going to do it all together, and I'm going to show you how to move from development to deployment. So let's close all of the currently open files, put the editor and the browser side by side, and let's get started with the deployment. First, we can go to vercel.com and click Start Deploying. Then you can continue with GitHub, and you can choose your project. In this case, we're doing the project Next.js 13. Hopefully, you deployed your own using GitHub before as well. But before we deploy it, we are yet to push the changes, right? We have 29 pending changes. So press Ctrl+C and then Y, clear the terminal, and then run git add dot git commit -m, second commit, and then git push. This is going to push all the changes, and they might even be reflected right here immediately. This is a project that was created 5 hours ago, so this is okay. I'm going to switch to my organization account and click import. You can choose your project name, and then here you can put your environment variables. So click there, and then go to your envs, copy all of them, and then simply paste them right here into the first field. It's going to automatically populate them. We'll have to change a couple of them later on, but that's okay. For now, let's simply click deploy. This process is going to take about a minute, so let's let it run, and I'll see you once it's done. And there we go. Our project is now live. So let's click visit, And as you can see, everything is looking good. But as I told you, we're going to have some issues with the sign-in, Google Cloud, and more. So let's fix those little obstacles and get ready to deploy. Go to console.cloud.google.com, APIs and services, and credentials. Go to the last credentials you have created. And then you'll have to copy the URL of your newly deployed website, paste it here in the URI without the /, and add the authorized redirect URI as well, and add the API auth callback Google at the end and click save. This should fix the authentication part of the application. Now we have to ensure that all other environment variables are good. We can do that by going to project settings and then environment variables. Here we can see all of the environment variables that we have. The next public Grafbase URL looks good. This is looking good as well. Google Client ID and secret are good. The next auth secret can remain as it is, but the next auth URL has to be changed. So we can go to edit, and we can edit it to our current URL and click save. The cloudinary variables are okay as well. I think this is more or less it. We changed everything we needed to change. So let's go to flexible. Let's reload our application just to be sure. Or no, as a matter of fact, there's something you must not forget. Never. When you update environment variables, you need to go to deployments, and then you need to redeploy by clicking these three dots and clicking redeploy, and then again redeploy. This process is going to take about 30 to 40 seconds, so let's wait a bit and let's visit our application. There we go, let's click visit. Or no, now we are on the new deployment. You can just go back, visit your project, not this specific deployment, and then just go to project and then visit. This is going to lead you to the right URL. Let's sign in, and it looks like we have access denied. So let's see what this is about. If we go to console or the network, we should be able to see some more information about this. So let's try to sign in once again. Unfortunately, no information here, which means that we must have gotten some on the server side. This is a pro tip. If you want to see the server side when the application is deployed, go to Next.js and then visit logs. Inside of the logs, you can see the new logs. So you can click live, and then we can try that one more time to see the latest logs. We can see a 403 API auth error. And unfortunately, it doesn't give us more information. It just says there's a warning, and this is it. So let's see what has been happening. Let's see if we have properly set up the credentials. So this is going to be project Next.js 13 flexible Vercel.app. So if we go back right here, project Next.js 13 flexible Vercel.app, and then the same one that has the API auth callback Google. And then I think we did save it, yeah. So this should be reflected within our new application, and we should be able to sign in. But unfortunately, we get errors. Let's ensure that our secret and all the other environment variables are properly set up. So if we go to environment variables, the most important ones are next auth URL, which should be the link to our current project, which it is. We might need to remove the slash. Sometimes it poses some issues, but hopefully not this time. Google Client ID and secret can remain the same, and the next auth secret can also remain the same. I think I know one thing that could affect this. We have to go to Grafbase to fix it. Once you're on the landing page, go to dashboard, visit the new project. I think it is this one right here. Go to settings, and then environment variables. We also have to add a variable here. Remember, this one that we had within Grafbase env. So that's going to be next auth secret, and then we can pass in the value, and we can click create. I'm not sure if this is going to automatically push it. We can give it a shot to test it out. and it doesn't work. So just to be sure, I'm gonna make a push to the repo, so then Grafbase updates it as well. For example, in here, I noticed that we have some TypeScript error. So what we can do is we can add a tsignore just above that line right here. And we can do git add, git commit -m. We can do ... and we can do git push. So let's go back to Next.js, close all of these. This is going to be updated as well, I hope. And then we can wait for the new deployment to go through. And even though I don't see a new deployment here, it must have gotten through on the Grafbase side. So let's click visit. Let's close all of the other pages and hope for the best. Let's click sign in. And we are in. The last thing to test is whether the post creation works. We can choose this nice landing page for task application. So we can say task management landing page. And that can be https://jsmastery.pro. GitHub URL the same. And let's do front end and click create. And if we open up the inspect element, we can see that we have one error. Unfortunately, not a lot more information. Maybe we can try to recreate it to see if it's going to give us some more info in the network tab. So let's go with just JS Mastery Pro for all the fields to make it quick, and choose front end, clean the console and everything, and click create. And we get a 404 on the token side now. It tries to get the undefined route right here. So let's see how we're trying to make this GET request, because obviously something is undefined here, most likely environment variables. So if we go back and try to search for our token where we're trying to access it, we have a GET token request right here. And this is the GET request on the route, but I'm wondering, where are we trying to make a request to this route? So we can search for /API or just API / and then auth. And then we have the token right here, I'm guessing. Yep. And you can see that this is calling a server URL. And this server URL should be the next public server URL, or it's a localhost one. So if we go back to Vercel, go to settings and environment variables, we should be able to find a next public server URL. Let's see if it's there. Nope, we just have a next auth URL, next auth secret, but definitely no next public server URL, and we need this. So let's add a new variable right here, next public server URL, and its value is going to be just the URL of our application. And we can save it and then redeploy the application. As I told you, with this bigger applications, you're going to have many dependencies from different services, and you'll really have to ensure that all the environment variables are there, so we can now redeploy the project to actually make it work. So let's wait another 30 seconds, and hopefully then we will no longer have undefined right here. Rather, it's going to get the token properly and create the project. So in the meantime, while I'm waiting for the deployment, I'm going to fill out all of these fields. So this is going to be an NFT project description, and we can leave the links as they are, and we'll have to reload, unfortunately, because it says creating. So let's go with another one. Just paste all the URLs, and let's see if it is deployed. It seems that the build went through, so I'm going to click create. We're going to open up the inspect element. And we might have done it too soon. We should have reloaded the application first. So I'm going to do a reload and then click share my work. We're going to go through the same process one final time, this time with this medical dashboard. and we can open up the console and the network just to see if everything's going to go well this time. And click create. We have a 200 for the token now. The upload is successful, as well as the GraphQL route. Now, there is one thing that I noticed. Unfortunately, with the deployed version of the application, I couldn't get it to immediately show the project after creation. It's just one of these new Next.js 13 gotchas with server-side rendering where it cannot get it until you reload. So if any of you knows how to fix it, I would be helpful for that. Feel free to let me know in the comments down below. But until then, we'll have to reload to get the next post. With that said, the post details is working. The post creation is working as well. And let's look at the profile page. There we go. This is working perfectly. Of course, it is all fully mobile responsive, and we have successfully built our flexible Dribble.clone application for developers. I want to say huge thanks to Grafbase, not only for sponsoring this video, but for creating such a phenomenal tool that allows us to really quickly spin up full APIs and applications so we can use the power of GraphQL with Grafbase to build full stack applications. So great work, guys, and I'm loving the new landing page. On top of that, if you came to the end of this video, that means that you are ready for the masterclass. In the masterclass, we build more Next.js 13 applications with mentor assistance, complete PR reviews, and a 3-month-long crazy capstone project that you can use as a foot through the door into the industry, or even to get a mid or a senior level job. So if this is something that sounds interesting, definitely check it out by going to jsmastery.pro/masterclass. With that said, huge thanks for coming to the end of this video. I'll see you in the next one, and have a wonderful day.